What up, y'all? Mic check. Cam check. He said, I find it humorous that there's beef between millennials and boomers, and Gen X are just in the middle. I know, right? No one ever says anything about Gen X at all. There's like almost no stereotypes. As if y'all, as if like Gen X just like doesn't exist. What Druid class is fun to play? Well, I don't know. I have no idea. Well, I guess I have an idea of what I might want to do. I don't know. Initially, I was gonna do Windshear, and I was gonna name the Druid like Windy Spears, just because I thought that was kind of funny. Then of course there's Landslide, but I think everybody does Landslide, so I figured I'd try to do something a little different. But it's also Pulverize. But the single target on Pulverize is, at least that's what I've heard. So I don't know. I will need like a little bit of a carry though. Wendy Houston. Choose all the skills no one uses. I don't know. I'm hmm. Mr. Distant enemies, huh? It's like Tempest. Creepy. Alright. I don't know. I'm torn. Here's what I do. I'm always a rogue sorcerer, not playing any other classes. I'm kind of similar, but like 95% rogue and 5% sorcerer. So this is me like stepping outside of my norm. If Pulverized Druid is actually B tier now. Hmm. Yeah, initially it was supposed to be Windshear, and then I just kind of thought about it, I'm like, oh yeah, that is kind of a dot based build, and I'm not really into dots, but I like the playstyle, but not into dots. I guess it's not like I'm fully building into like a complete dot playstyle. I mean, well, I guess you are looking at the legendary nodes and the glyphs. Yeah, I guess. Wow, now that I think about it. Yeah, it is all that. Yeah, because you're not putting any points into the basic attack at all. Hmm. I don't know, y'all. Great new character. Drood. Mata how it's going. I said my homies is getting back to the game and we're working on your Heartseeker. Here you go making a Druid. I did promise that I would actually like make a druid this season, so kind of sticking to it mainly. Skip campaign. Just gonna name it Druid. Cause I'm totally unoriginal. So what's going on? He said Gen X who? Druid is poop. Yeah, I mean, I guess I really can't even build into Windshear anyways. I can't really level with Windshear. You said you're working? And I can't really wear any of my mythics until what, level 25 or so? I was 35. Okay. Anyone want to help a brother out in terms of the leveling? At least a little bit. Just out of curiosity. Oh man. You want to carry me so? Marina, what's going on? I see you on YouTube. Yeah, I had a nightmare. That hardcore chat died. A hardcore character. Wait, what? All right, Bang. What's your battle net? Big Bang Blast. As a wife, the kids. Kids. Oh, you mean the students? They're doing all right. They'd like to see me more, but I have to take my time and edge myself back into it. Skills. How do you see your battle net? Oh, there's also Riptide as well. Hey Riptide, you wanna help me level my Druid? Now, that's a name right there. Chunky Butt. Come back here. No, come back. Come back. Yeah, you. Chunky Butt. You playing Tekken? So how do you see your battle net? It should be on your well, are you on console or are you on PC? Wait, where's Chunky Butt go? No. I looked at my chat for like 5 seconds and I just lost Chunky Butt. You on Xbox? Okay. Don't know how to. I don't know where you can see your battle tech on console. It said what you're running pit. At the moment, anything. I mean, I think initially I need the first capstone. I'm like level 1, and that's all I've done so far was create my character. I think the build I'm gonna play, I kind of can't really play that early. I have to like level a little. So I don't know anything about the class to be able to kind of like finagle my way to leveling semi-efficiently, so. I can't claim rewards though. Here we go. Get some XP that way. Oh, this crafty. Oh, crafty got me. Just. Hold on, let me grab some. Well, I don't have any elixirs crafted. Or pre-crafted. Recovery dude, what's going on, man? Personally, I got with the gas. I don't know if that's a lot. Oh, no, Diablo. Yeah. I mean, it is. It is a rated mature game, I believe, isn't it? Isn't this a? I think so, right? Yeah, I can't use any of these elixirs. Require actually wait, no, 40, 20 requires level 10 to advance elixirs. Guess we'll do this one.
Come back whenever you like.
Alright, let me TP to Crafty wherever he's at. Me and Dice chat being okay, let me not die. There we go. Oh, I just got backhand. No worries, I have my mythics soon enough. That is a yo. Look at that animation of that swing. Like he's like really into it. He just holds it there for like 2 seconds. Look at that. Like that's a long anime. Oh, and he runs with it. He can do that? The follow through, right? I just like what? Like he runs with the. Look at that. Yeah, he holds it as a whole swing. What? Yo, he's committed. Like committed to it. I'm just trolling. Okay.
I must wait a moment.
Me with my mace carrying around a brown paper bag, it's a suspicious brown paper bag with some with some symbols in it. I'm sure it's like a Colt 45 in there. Pretty sure. Actually, I don't even know why I'm even zoomed in, to be honest with you. I just thought that little swing animation was actually kind of cool. He stole it. Oh, hey. I don't want no beef, man. I don't want no beef. I don't want no beef. Oh, and I missed. Okay, yeah, that's messed up. He mad. He mad now. No. No. Take that. Wait. Oh, in the back of my head too. Look at that. Right in your face. Oh. Look at that. Oof. All right. We're gonna leave him alone. We're gonna go. we're gonna go. I ain't messing with him no more. What Druid build do I want to run? Probably Windshear. Just cause it's something different. The last one is probably in the other level, because it was the dude that like hit me in the back of my head. Yeah, go get him, Crafty. Go get him.
Not ready yet.
It's like calling on your big brother, right? He's like, yo, go get him for me, man. He was calling me names, man. He was picking on me. Yeah, see, he got him. Yeah, what, and what? It's just like. What up, Peachin? Alright. I honestly don't even know. Again, I don't even know why I'm zoomed in. It just kind of looks cool. Alright, what do I do? What do I do? Yeah. Yeah, Crafty. However you want to carry is fine with me. I am not picky. Alright, so now we gotta go to World Tier 3. Is that loaf of bread, man? I was telling the chat is a brown paper bag with the Colt 45 in it. Just disguise the paper bag with some like symbols on the side, so people wouldn't be suspicious.
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
Machine, what's happening, man? 29 months in a row. Appreciate you. Okay, yeah, we're in Kielbashad. We need to. Oh. Alright, we did it. So Hurricane Boulder with Cataclysm is fun. I actually wanted to play oh yeah, I'm ready. But yeah, I actually wanted to play Windshear since last season, but never got I never really got around to it. So I hear it sucks next season. So I'm gonna go ahead and get it out the way now. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bro. I feel like he wants to say more. Might D's what? Might D's what? What you're really trying to say, sir? You know? No, I don't know. Why don't you tell me, sir? I have no idea what it could be. This place is cursed. Okay. Sorry. You know what? I'm gonna admire the artwork a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry. Whoops. I didn't know I could do that. Okay. These let's look at you guys like some what's this? Is that like a yeah. Okay. We got some coal down there. Whoever's responsible for the interior decor actually did a pretty decent job, I think. It's like pretty well lit. And looks like it'd be pretty warm too. Yeah, so whoever their interior designer was, definitely A+ in this area. Oh, this is Pig's favorite song. Or one of Pig's favorite songs. I just wanted to do that. Cause mischief. Like, you never really get to do this, so I do it now. This is is that Lilith? Can't really go that way. Panthers suck. Bench the midget. I think I'll have some fun with him real quick. Swing at me again. Swing at me again. Swing at me again. Getting some pog shots in. Oh, he's following me now. He mad. You mad, bro? You mad, bro? You mad? You mad? Oh, I missed. You lost all the 115 of your bling. I haven't gambled in a while, actually. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Did he take off my arm? My left arm is not even there. All right. He just. I'll call hacks on that. Oh, he's still there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go over here.
I'm not ready yet.
I wonder, like, has Dua Lipa ever like responded to this song? Like, ever said anything about this song at all? Wait, what's a Druid spirit offering?
I must wait a moment.
Oh, run. Run. Yeah. No. It unlocks the aspects. Ah. Yeah. There goes Big Bro right here. Zero Kiwi, what's going on, man? Ooh. That is. Steve, appreciate the follow. Let's actually put some points in. Wait, which one do you take? Grants 4 additional spirit? Nah. The movement speed one, right? I assume. Got a thing now.
I'm not ready yet.
Alright, Crafty, I can ask. Wow feature. All right, I'm going all in. Gamble all. Yeah. That's how it's done. Yeah, nah, man, skill issue. Sounds like a skill issue to me. Streamer class. Barry, what's going on? All right, time to go to World Tier 4. And I guess at this point, if you want to do Hordes, you can. I think I can't wear my my tankier. I can't wear my tankier stuff until like 35. So I'm just gonna bring all my uniques over. But I'm down to kind of sit anywhere. AI took your order at Taco Bell today. How'd it work out? World's lowest level pit 150 clear. Hey, okay. Nah. It was perfectly, really. You didn't try to mess with it or anything. I swear, I would totally throw AI off if it was like a Burger King or McDonald's, something like that. Like, I'll ask for like a hamburger with cheese and then complain that this isn't a hamburger with cheese. This is a cheeseburger. And I will order a cheeseburger with no cheese and say, no, that's not right. That this is a hamburger. I want to see if it's like if it's actually programmed to like to deal with such trolls, I guess. Where'd you go? All right. I think he is. Where is he? Drawn for. Oh, he's. Oh, okay. He's inside the horde. Okay. All right. Time for me to run for my life. Oh, Nightmare Dungeon. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so this has the same animation as the whatchamacallit, except I just throw like a wind shear out. Okay. What looks cool for now? Probably that. I swear I don't have the aspects, so I don't have the like cool look at there. Oh, wait, do I? You said you can help if you like. Sure. Where's the other guy? I think he put his BNet thing in chat as well. I'm just gonna take pot shots from like the back at like I'm doing something. Oh, okay. Not you. Not you. I wasn't trying to mess with you. Oh, man, you're a little So how many of these druidic? Is that what it's called? It's called a druidic offerings. How many how many do I need of those? Nice taxi, right. I know, right? You need 400 to unlock the boons. Is that how that works, or? Oh, 400, 100 per. Oh, okay. 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 Wow. Axe. Run. I was in midair. That was the only time I had any sort of like invulnerability for iframes. I found how to get iframes in the game now, y'all. You just gotta you just gotta jump over a cliff. Ow. I guess I might just sit here. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Oh, they're back. They're back. Why are they so fast? Why are they so fast? Yo. Oh wait, I can't revive anymore. Well, I guess this. Ow. Yeah. So there's zero revives. I think I might need to just chill out. We'll just chill out right here. We'll chill. Oh wait, whoa. Where you come from? I wasn't even close to y'all. I wasn't even close. That's messed up, man. That's some crazy aggro from like across the dungeon. I literally, they weren't even on my screen. Okay, a 12 stacks. Your next pulverize will overpower. Okay. Just chill.
I'm out of spirit.
Speaking of which, while we're here, it's been like forever since I actually like used a tornado. Hey, glyph. Dang. I don't have any glyphs. Doesn't tornado like hit constantly? Like kind of like a tick rate sort of thing. All right, let me go grab my my mythics real quick. Forgot to pull them off my character. Also gotta remember to actually take the gems out of it so I can actually wear the mythic. Okay. Oh, this is just a random starless, I guess. I could just use that and what an Andorials. Lead on stash shit. Yeah, let's remove that. Take the gems out.
Come back and see us.
Socket. Guess I'm gonna want this, so we'll drag that. Wait a minute, what's all that, Zeal? Oh, it is right. The whatchamacallits do look different on like each character. Party invite bug. Throw that there too. I don't think I have a Doombringer. Nah, I don't. Not anymore. Who's a mod? Peach is a mod. Do that. Oh, he did it already. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Alright, so what does that do? Because I'm new. Druid materials on looks like a trash can. I see. It does. It really does. Yeah, he right. He right. All right. Request invite. All right, let me pop another potion real quick. The ugly shake up just makes it better. It did, yeah. I got my loaf of bread on my back. Could even use staff if you got one, but probably yeah. I don't have a staff. I guess I'm about to go unlock my boons at some point, right? Still don't really have any idea how any of that works. If you want top, limit the command. You can set it to a higher level or leave it as anyone to use. I mean anyone can. I think I'd be open for anyone being able to. Wait, what? What? Yo, what killed me? Like for real. What killed me? I should have just died and I have no idea what I died to. Yeah, I don't know. Like it's like yeah, like something just out of nowhere just killed me. I am actually surprised that this build does not use materials. Literally just a regular chest. Hmm. What does that? Fist of Fate. Approved best in life. if you that's one chunky row I got there. He put on some weight over the weekend. For sure. He ate good. He ate real good. Over time. I'm like looking at this and I have like no idea what I'm looking. Werewolf. Debilitating War, Bloodhound, Earth and Bulwark. Spinner's Pulverize. Rogue Mastery, yeah. He ate all the existing rogues that I created. Oh, I see what the Pulverize is for. Okay, so it's for damage reduction. Enemies hit with Pulverize for damage reduction. But if you don't have the Pulverize thing, it's Creeper, Windshield. It's Hectic on that armor. Okay. This is a new rogue build. He had to put on some weight for this new role. Where Druids live, they have Thanksgiving more than once a year. What up, parents? Yeah. Yeah, Ziwi, Zio. I don't know anything. Anything about whatchamacallit. You're rocking the dad bod, yeah, no shame. Zero shame. What build did I choose to go with? I'm probably gonna do Windshare. Well, yeah, actually kind of interesting because it's like I sort of hold on. I'm looking at the guide online. I'm following I believe it's Boilers guide. Probably need a new shard too. Resource cost reduction. After killing an enemy with shred, you gain 20 spirit. How do I kill him with shred? Oh, well, never mind. I guess it doesn't really matter. Werewolf skills, 35% damage. Guess this would be better than the Starless. Sure, sure. Probably. I'm that way in the guide. 100 stack. What's going on? You're Space Marine now? Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what I'm gonna do for the Emperor. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do for like most of the week. So I'm gonna play a little bit of my Druid each day this week. But I'm gonna segue into like a second game of some sort. I just don't know what yet. Druid shout, gain more weight with each level. Yeah. Like I also want to play Black Myth, but then I also hear Space Marine is very good. So I'm kind of like torn ish. So there's a chance to freeze, chance to daze. Storm skills are also your werewolf skills. So if I wait, wind shear is a storm. Well, I guess I guess it is a storm because it's wind. I guess always just assume lightning with that, but it's an interesting tag. Chain makes chains. Okay, that's chain and storm. This is storm. Let's see. I'm learnings. Wonder if Crappy's gonna have enough time for the boss. Space Marine is good, but you can wait. It's got a lot. It's got a lot coming to it now. But if this was out after the campaign, there's only really 6 co-op missions right now, and they get old fast. Well, I'm probably not gonna really get too far, I guess, into it because I'm not gonna like it's not gonna be one of those things where I'm like blasting like 8 to 10 hours a day of like either one of the newer games because I simply just don't have the time for that, and I'm trying to take it easy. But but yeah. So I probably won't even get really to the co-op missions, honestly. So I think I'll probably end up being spared. So if anything, I'll probably just be mainly for the campaign. Okay, so that's the storm skill. My base skills are also now werewolf skills, which makes band work, or it makes unsated actually work. Okay. But I guess, huh? You must kill all the headers. I mean, the campaign is the same 6 missions from the main character. Oh, okay. Burst my chat. He won't. He said he won't. He won't spawn ads. I probably shouldn't have entered the fight. By the way, I probably should have stayed behind the door. I totally should have stayed around the build. Chat's correct. Endgame is currently back to death, but the campaign is very good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still torn between the two. But yeah, we can start over, Crafty. This might take you a minute, especially given the boss. He just spit in your face. he just spit like he spit 10 times in your face, man. Like just the animation actually look kind of funny. Not gonna lie. But yeah, if the boss had ads, he just chose not to. Ryan Howard, we said, do you plan on playing PoE 2? I'm planning on trying it. I'm never set on anything until I actually play it. So like I will try it. I have every intent on trying it. I think the combat looks really cool. So, and like tends to the combat basically interests me a lot. So I definitely gonna try it. Ideally, it'd be nice to kind of have like another action RPG that I can play like whenever like there's like downtime or whatnot, and it could end up being so good that like I kind of like play that more often, but I have no idea. But I plan on I'm ready. Am I ready for another bad idea? Sure. What up? Oh god, oh god, oh god. I was waiting for that to get hit on accident or so. And or such. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, I gotta stand right here. Many of us here are just binding their time until Vessel Nature's out. Ways painful. I think it becomes it becomes a little interesting, I guess, especially as like a smaller content creator that most of my audience is obviously Diablo related. So bridging out to something different that isn't Diablo, especially at being on the smaller side, is usually really hard to do for a bit. Which is actually why when I do it, I'll start like let's say with some Diablo, like maybe like I may not do just like a full game or full new game stream per se. Like I might start with doing a little bit of Diablo and then segue into another game for like the last half or 3/4 of the stream or whatever. So therefore my Diablo audience can, I guess, see if they like watching me stream a different game, if that makes sense. I find that to be the more successful way of doing it for a crowd my size. What if they dropped the season 6 XP a tiny bit and gave a smaller version of the Trio Whisper chest that you can select from Stronghold completions? Well, they did actually. I wonder if the XP from I don't think the XP from Strongholds was like probably, at least the amount that we got was probably intended. Maybe it was, but I mean, if it was, that gives you a reason to do Strongholds already. So I'm actually quite curious to see what the XP is really like in the Strongholds. Ryan says, I think there's something beautiful about a smaller community. Obviously, we want nothing but the best for you, but I truly enjoy engaging your and you're in touch with your community. Yeah, thanks, man. I'm definitely not asking or not. I don't think I will ever get to the point of like, let's say, like obviously Rax or Rudy, maybe like under like or closer to maybe DM in some cases, and even DM has actually gotten pretty large now. But yeah, I mean there is a certain point where like you can't really respond to your chat, and I don't like that. I like seeing what everyone is saying, and I want to answer questions, but like I'll sit there and like I'll chill in like Woody's chat or whatever, or Rax's chat, and like and it just kind of just continues to just scroll, and it's impossible to like catch it all. Yeah, I'm coasting on until season 6. I basically mass as much of your Heartseeker as you think you can get. Yeah, I mean when I play, at this point I just kind of, I don't want to say I play for fun. I always play for fun, but like when I play, it's more. I'm not really looking for anything. It's just, at least not on my road. I'm just logging on to kill things because I find it fun. After getting some time back on the clock. I will say that the spirit globe kind of trips me out a bit because I'm so used to it being blue. Yeah, you spend most of your time helping others kill Ubers, etc. I don't know. Is Zeal? Are you still there? Because I know Crafty has to go pretty soon. I think he was kind of done for the night, and then I said, "Hey, you want to help me level my Druid?" I think it was just being nice. You don't have a tune? No, no, Zeal. They don't need people to run through Nightmare Dungeons. Nightmare Dungeons in front of Hordes mostly, because I can't really play when I'm playing. I can't really do anything on this build until like later on. It's one of those like specialized setups. Of course, I would choose that. You can do Nightmare Dungeons on your Druid to give you items to start with. Okay. Oh, you were saying to help with commands. I see. Yeah, like you're really good at that. Cell Kittens is really good with that kind of stuff too. I'm very papega at all of that. But I wonder, with tornado hitting multiple times, I know it's probably a single target drop, but like I wonder if there's just enough damage in general that when she is doing that, Pain Gorges actually might be an okay thing. Just because I'll be able to have several ticks from tornado. Um, I don't know. It's probably some really wild thinking there. It's almost 11 p.m. So you just woke up for the day. Wow, okay. Running with the sub, appreciate you. 14 months in a row. What a baller. The Havoc was going on. He said, how's it going? Um, Not bad. I'm just I am druiding. Um the Yo No Way just finished the landslide druid. Yeah, man. If you want to hop in and you know, help someone out, totally can. Tornado can hit multiple times with the tracking aspect. Oh, so it only does that. It only does that with that. Is that how that works? Actually, I guess you can do that with Hurricane too, right? Okay, so Tornado can only get hit once without the aspect. Barrage or Heartseeker, which one is stronger right now? We're talking about physical Barrage or Andy's Barrage. And also, what content are you referring to? Because it kind of changes. To Andariels, okay. Andariels, especially like for Infernal Hordes, but the differences between the playstyles is like very large. So like Andariels is obviously an AoE machine. Heartseeker is definitely more single target focus. But what do you want to do? I guess is probably the better question for me to ask. No, but without it, they move through enemies too quickly to get multiple stats. I see. Okay. And I guess I wouldn't have any room to kind of put that anywhere either. Might have to leave out of this one. Rapid fire is stronger than piss than both of them though, right? If your goal is to push pit as high as you possibly can, rapid fire makes the most sense. Also, why don't we have strafe skill on D4 is hella fun. We kind of have Dance of Knives, which is technically a strafe skill going into the expansion. But yeah, I mean, if the intent isn't to try to like really push pits like super high, then I would just kind of go with whatever you find the most fun to play. I keep forgetting, like, if you leave pit, you leave the party. I kind of forgot. See, that speed was like, yeah. Probably Nightmare Dungeons are definitely going to be better with that, or even Infernal Hordes. But we can get more people involved. Who is it? Hey, Running, what are you doing? Also, Barry, what are you doing? And Micah? Micah, are you on my friends list? Also Crafty. So, like, who was the first two? Micah and Barry? Is there like a physical barrage found on Vein Fix? Actually, I really like physical barrage. A lot. I actually like cold barrage a lot too. I just like barrage in general. I Micah, request request invite. They're gonna switch to Heartseeker. Like I said, it's definitely different. Heartseeker is definitely more single target related. So you'll find that you'll destroy like enemies that are higher HP when they're basically just by themselves. It's like super easy. I would like to ask this: Do you what do you do when you get your build close to what the guy has, and then what was the end game loot? There isn't one. I mean, that's kind of really it, honestly, Bloke. Right, at least for right now in the game. Like we don't it's an action RPG. So like the idea is to get stronger, to do this similar content but easier, to farm faster, to get even stronger, rinse and repeat. That's pretty much the loop of almost any action RPG. Just different action RPGs have different systems and different types of content that you do that loop in. Or whatnot. And then there's like Gauntlet if you're interested in that for like in-game leaderboards. The Gauntlet is in a pretty bad place. Then there's also Pit, like kind of pit pushing, but I think that's kind of more of an acquired taste at the moment, considering what you have to do. So, but all of those things are in the game, and yeah, you just loop till you get stronger. But in front of Hordes is probably where you spend the most time. He said very Barry. You said you're up if you do leaving. Yeah, we can use one more. What's your battle tag? Oh, also yeah. I mean, but yeah. Like right now, Bloke, I kind of just I play like when I play on my rogue right now, I play just to be playing. Like I'm legit not trying to find anything. There's no real upgrade. Well, I guess I can get a better amulet and a better shard. So there are some upgrades I can get, but like nothing that's gonna be like that's gonna make like a hell of a difference, really. So I guess play gets to be playing. Because it's fun, you know, especially like when your build is built out and like it's doing everything you want it to do. It's just fun just to play it. At least the builds that I tend to play. Like I tend to play builds that I find have a lot of fun factor to them. They may not necessarily be meta or like the absolute strongest build in the game, but if I'm having a lot of fun playing it, I will play it, and then I have more playtime in the game because I'm enjoying what I'm doing. Not because it's technically the strongest, but because I'm having the most fun with it in a sense. When is a Necro? What's a Necro? Very barely. What is your BNet tag? So there should be your name, then hashtag or # with some numbers after that. What about Barb? What's a Barb? I had to call in tech support to get Druid into my game. My select string only has rogues. Dog Meat, appreciate the follow. Shoots. I know you was listening. But nah, I mean, I guess we can go. Who wants to lead? If y'all can keep me alive in Hordes, I can do Hordes. If not, Nightmare Dungeons is fine. That works. You can't remember it? Are you on PC? Like PC Battle.net or nah? You on council? Ah, okay. I think someone else was on council earlier that was wanting to help. There's just really not. There's really not. It's interesting because I'm just so used to having like an additional slot on the rogue that another class is like, oh, you're missing a weapon slot. You don't have a weapon slot here. So what exactly? I know this sounds super weird, but what exactly does Tempest Roar really do? So it turns your base storm skills are also werewolf skills, right? So does that also turn you into a werewolf? How does that? Like, so if I use a storm, a wind shear, and it counts as a werewolf skill, does it turn me into a werewolf? Like, how does that work? You know how to send me a Streamlit LMS admin invite? No, no idea. Oh, bang, bang. That's right. That's right. Yes, you. I'm sorry. I knew it was somebody who sent something earlier. Um, hold on. Let me find you. Okay. Yeah, I can't scroll up enough to get your BNet ID. Bang bang. What is it again? If you don't mind typing it. My chat doesn't go up far enough to see it anymore. Well, that's a lot of numbers. Are you sure it's that many numbers, or that's like 8 numbers? Is it really 8 numbers? It's like usually 4 or 5. I'll try it. I'll copy and paste. See if that works. So when you got the website, okay. So, let me know if you got it. I'm I'm gonna send you like a couple of requests or whatever. I'm just gonna like remove a couple of numbers each time to see if one of these goes through. Okay, so one of those went through. I just don't know which one it was. Hey, wait a minute. The whatchamacallit didn't spawn for me. Hold on. I'm a TP to was it Micah? Yeah, well, it will also allow you to get the werewolf multipliers. Yeah, I think there's only, at least from what I'm looking at, there's only one multiplier, right? And even that I could technically kind of replace with the Starless, I think. So that one multiplier, at least the multiplier, that's it. Well, I guess maybe also some glyphs. I forgot. I assume glyphs. It's probably in that equation, right? Okay. All right. But that makes sense. All right. I got the glyph. I got the glyph upgrade. Someone can key in a glyph or a horde, whichever one you guys want to do. Yeah. I'm gonna kind of look at this build some more. The Keeper, Earth and Sky. Bane. Actually, none of the glyphs. Oh, there is. Hey, how come werewolf isn't part of the original thing? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 6. It says level 15 glyphs required is 5. Oh, okay, never mind. I see it. I'm reading. A 15% damage reduction while in werewolf form. Okay, so there's only looking at it, there's only 2 things that relate to werewolf. But am I going with so you on your sword? Cause no, it's all good. You don't have to be on your druid. It doesn't matter. I'm just leveling. Who wants to lead? I'm reading chat. So the booty, what's going on, man? What build am I going with? Probably gonna do wind shear. So I'm looking at how to do stuffs. Preserving Howl, so werewolf, okay. Bear, werewolf. So I guess there's the only other one. Your team looking good this year? What's your team? Or who's your team? Saints, okay. I legit don't know many Saints fans at all. That's a nice ring. Well, they got us traveling way out here. But yeah, so there's a werewolf glyph and then there's a werewolf aspect. You're from Louisiana? Okay, fair. Okay, that's fair. That is fair. Actually, while I'm here, let me look at some Druid build guides. Let's see. And it's Hurricane Druid. Technically speaking, companions are other things too as well. So I think if I can Oh wow, there's not a oh, okay, there it is. Werewolf Tornado Druid. Yeah, I'm sorry, but boosting isn't respectable. I hardly ever do it though, but understandably so. But time is of the essence right now, and it's just kind of we're towards the end of the season, it's just kind of a slog to just kind of spend that much time leveling at the moment. But I normally play solo. Yeah. I'm a legit player. You should level legitimately. I'm also like trying out a new class, and unfortunately, the build I want to play doesn't really have a leveling guide, and I have no Druid gear to go on before then. But I mean, I get the appeal of wanting to do that yourself, but I mean, I think kind of forcing that upon others is kind of a weird thing. Like I like playing, like for instance, I'll give you an example. Like I like playing Glass Cannon. I like playing with like under 20k HP, but I would never force that upon someone else or think that someone else should like the things that I like. Yeah, boosting is terrible. Go level legit and get good. Like I said, I just don't have the time. He's timed out. It's okay. Yeah, when Peacha times you out, that's something. Peacha hardly ever really puts his sword to use. You're channeling your inner Mika. There is a chubby rogue, you're right. It's all clear. I got a malignant heart.
I'm not ready yet.
So I think I actually might, yeah. I think I'll probably end up just starting with Windshare, like I said, and then if I don't like that, I might segue into Tornado. We'll see. Rogue been drinking too many elixirs of fortitude. Oh, Havoc not 100 yet, actually. Alright, next dungeon. Actually, actually, no. Let me just salvage the stuff I get. 'Cause I forgot I don't have any aspects either, so I actually do need to salvage stuff. What's the next dungeon? We should do an Inferno or for gear for me. I mean, this is actually kind of okay too, because I mean, I also do need glyphs. I had someone in Rob's chat yesterday take some pokes at me yesterday. So I was considering starting to next week, so I didn't want to go Spiritborn right away. I didn't want to have to change my build constantly. Some guy told me to find a wife so she could tell me what to do. Okay. I mean, I think no, I think it's just I've always kind of find it like weird to project something that you might prefer like onto someone else. Like you don't have to like what I'm doing, right? All good, like totally fine. Everybody likes to play or do things their separate different way, but like, and for instance, there's a very specific way that I like to play, right? Which is pretty different than most, but I would never project that onto anyone else, right? Because it's like that's the way I like to play, and you might like to play a different way, or you might like to play the way that you play. It's kind of the whole point of an action RPG, like action role playing game. There really isn't technically a right way, because there's nothing that you can't do that's going to harm your experience or harm your character per se at the end of the day. Like pretty much can do all tangible content with most builds or most of anything. I'm looking forward to using. Oh wow! I just got I just got mobbed. They just they came out of nowhere. What? Bro, they were waiting for that. If I can get around this initial pillar, I might be able to make it. Hold up. No. Okay. Okay, so wait. No. There's a strategy. Wait for them to kind of like get to the left side, and I'm gonna evade over. Okay, come over. Oh, wait. Come over, and then come on. Move to the left a little bit. Okay, go. I did it. I escaped. Run. Run. Road looking good for next season, but seems like if they want to keep the difficulty high, they're gonna have to nerf so many builds. I think. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say nerf builds, but just like fix bugs. I think if you do that, that would naturally bring the or anything rogue related power wise down quite a bit. But then you also have other classes, but then also they have their own bugs. But just looking at multipliers for like Spiritborn, I mean, according to PTR numbers, I do want to reiterate PTR numbers. Some of the Spiritborn tuning looks absolutely like nuts. Like, seriously doubt that that's going to be that way on live, but they look busted as hell. Whether it's a bug or not, I still call it a nerf. Well, I guess I try to clarify it because I think look at it as an intentional. I'm trying to strip power away from your class versus I'm trying to fix a bug. Right. So fixing a bug does obviously either buff or nerf your character, but I like to differentiate the two just because one's intentional and other is I just don't like your class or what you're doing. So here's a bat. Here's a nerf bat in a sense. But so many things really need some fixing. But like I said, the PTR build we got was really old. like 4 or 5 months old. So I don't know. I mean, even going from what was it, season 4 PTR? I already got mass. You already gave me mass. I got plenty, but but things. Am I gonna level up a little before I have to tap the campaign or jump right in? I don't know yet. I don't know. I actually do want to play the campaign. I am not like, I'm not trying to race to 60 or whatnot. I'm never in that race type thing, so I'm probably will actually play through the campaign. Just because I think or know that the campaign is going to be really, really good. I enjoyed the first campaign. I have no reason to think that I wouldn't enjoy the expansions campaign. But we'll see. D3 launch Necro. Nuts. Actually, Necro beta. So Diablo 3's Necro beta. Necro was actually bad. They actually ended up buffing Necro because it was actually not good initially. Then when it launched, they were good, but initially they were not. At least not in the beta. You saw that there's a PTR for D3 from the 17th to the 24th. I've heard about that, but why? Why is there a PTR? Oh, new in Mac OS. Okay, I was going to ask. I was like, for what? Like, what's the reason to have a PTR? Honestly, it would have been nice if they just would have dropped the season on the 17th. I would have played. I would have just like literally just played D3. I chose my build based on how cute I can make them look. Rogue is the funnest to dress up, so that'd be my deciding factor on Spiritborn. My rogue is high fashion. Spiritborn has some really good cosmetics in general, like very, very good cosmetics. Okay, I got a glyph there, Fan and Claw. At least we know we're getting the Shadow Clones next season. I'm taking pot shots. Next season on day 3 is 4 cube slot and Shadow Clones. Yeah, the 4th cube slot is cool. Though it ends up being like a pretty weak Demon Hunter season, just because all the 4th cube slot really is for Demon Hunter is either you throw in Royal Ring or you throw in COE, and that's kind of really it. Whichever build doesn't have the other. So it ends up not really being much for Demon Hunters, but I know for like Necros and a few others, it's a major thing. Kind of like Omnicube. Like Omnicube and 4th cube slot didn't really do much for Demon Hunters, but at least the 4th cube slot was actually, you know, well, more fun after that way. Get all these offerings I didn't really have right now on my Druid. The Necro season though, yeah, well. But speaking of shadow clones, at least shadow clones are very strong leveling up. And then they taper off at around like GR 120-ish. And you don't really care about the shadow clones anymore. But early on though, early on, they're fantastic. I wonder when they're good. I wonder when they're gonna release the season though, for it though. Is it gonna be like 1 week before the expansion, or like how's that gonna work? We are strolling along on the Druid. Kill them all. But Altar though, you don't need Shadow Clones 11. I mean, sure, but I mean, it doesn't hurt to have, like, especially if you got like some really bad RNG. It doesn't hurt to have the clones kind of carry for a bit. So then they aren't as strong. Well, I mean, since they don't really scale, they're just strong at a certain point, and then that's kind of really it. So like early. I mean, they're legit carry. Like they can legit carry, especially if you don't have any good you have no good multipliers, or you don't have your, like, let's say you have a shitty starting set. For example, would be like, let's just say, all right, Crafty. I appreciate you though. Thanks, man. You have a good night. Because I do remember, like, what was it? Like, for example, if I'm playing the tie, or like, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, the tie is a 6-piece set. Obviously, I don't think it is, because that was like a season ago, so it's not his turn. Hypothetically, let's just say you know, like Natai is the first 6-piece set. You know, then on Demon Hunter you got quite some time before you're gonna be able to farm in the upper torments to be able to kind of gear yourself. So at least throughout that time frame, the shadow clones are actually pretty helpful. Once you're geared though, you just kind of ignore them again. Like, oh, okay, well, thanks. Although having a free mark for death is actually kind of nice, so. Also, what if they made sets be the 5 boards idea? I need some more detail. What do you mean ultimately by that? Actually, kill them all. You want to play? Does your stutter step feel a little heavy? Yes, very much so. People around town know. They know when I'm stepping.
I cannot do that here.
I'm also down for some hordes, by the way. We can do some hordes. Pre-MX. Yeah. I gotta get kill them all in, because I totally promised that I will play with them like a couple of nights ago. What are we doing? Some Inferno hordes, I guess. But if anyone drops premix, premix, is that how I say it? I'll let you know. 'Cause I mean, your lightning, your spear sword would make my life a lot easier in Hordes. What tier? I don't know. I don't know what everyone here can do. So instead of sets being items, they made the Paragon boards with better Paragon boards in 2 sets. So you mean like as you're putting boards together, they give you a bonus? Is that what you mean? So like certain boards can complete a set per se, or like become like a set bonus. I see. I feel like we would need more. Well, yeah. Well, I feel like we can. I would want to not be locked into 5 boards if that was an idea. I don't dislike the idea at all. I think being limited to 5 boards would kind of make it hard, in my opinion. I've been upset with a lot of the CC feedback on PTR. I mean, I get that we need some tweaking, but people are down on it. You said crowd control feedback. Is that what you're saying, the booty? Oh, content creator. Yeah. I don't know why I just read that as like crowd control feedback. I'm like, huh. I haven't been looking at anybody's feedback. The booty, can you kind of give me like an overall? Like a summary of like what's being said, or what is it that they're saying that you're upset about? I legit don't know. I gotta run better. Run. Okay. So I guess what you're saying is you're upset with a lot of the negative feedback. I've had my like. I think for me, I went into the PTR knowing that this was going to be a very buggy experience, and not much of anything that I expect season 6 to be. And the reason why I say that, but because I mean they straight up like told us that that this is an old build and quite a few things aren't working. But don't get me wrong. I mean, at the same time, it's like, well, we would like to test what you currently have ish or closer to current, so we have a better idea of what to expect versus something that isn't really the case anymore. So Blizzard does they kind of set themselves up for that, but they also want to just kind of get ideas or feedback on like some of the system things. I think that's kind of, for them, that was the most important thing. So I guess with that being said, even though they did mention a stat squish, numbers being outrageous, honestly, I'm not surprised. Considering again how many bugs existed that allow you to do all these, well, Barb being able to do infinite damage and like but yeah, I don't, and I guess I think the thing is too is that like how much tuning have they done since the PTR? That's kind of unknown. But again, Blizzard does kind of open themselves up for criticism like that, even though they did tell us ahead of time, hey, by the way, just letting you know, there's gonna be more bugs than usual in this PTR. But I guess the thing is, what gets to me is more so of like, if repeating the same things that you kind of already know. Like if they've already mentioned these things, then there's really no there's really no reason to be upset about it. About the things that they have mentioned. Things to be upset about would be the PTR vendor, right? Not being able to actually grant access to some of the items because Infernal Hordes wasn't even there. So getting an ancient version of some items to be able to mess around with things was nearly impossible. Those things obviously were quite frustrating. But yeah, I would say a lot of things that had out of control numbers, most of them are based around bugs of some sort. You can even look at Victimize. Same thing. Victimize, Umbercrux had a bug related to it. Rapid Fire is still scaling, in a way that it shouldn't. Or precision, sorry. Trick attacks. Precision scaling in the way that it isn't supposed to. For the last time we had a PTR, we were speedrunning Pit 200, and when the season came out, that was not the case. Well, of course. I think that's why, if you notice in my stream, how often do I say in PTR when people ask me, hey, what's the strongest build in season 6? I'm like, well, in PTR, these things were the strongest. And I always separate the two because, like you mentioned, what we are going to see in season 6 is going to be vastly different than what we experienced in PTR. And it's like that every time. But honestly though, I do think people will be fine. Once the expansion drops, Spiritborn, comes out, they play the really well designed class, they're gonna forget anything that happened in PTR. And most of the people who might be feeling down on might be feeling down based on what they've seen in videos, or probably already pre-ordered the game anyway. So they're gonna, or pre-order the expansion anyway, so they're probably gonna play. And when they do, they're gonna forget that, most of the ramblings that has happened in videos, good or bad. Especially with newer content, right? Undercity we haven't played, Dark Citadel we haven't played, new upgraded Infernal Hordes we have not played, new campaign we have not played, new classes most people have not played. New class, sorry, not new classes, new class. It'll be fine. But my biggest personal gripe is, like for me, my biggest personal gripe, other than the bugs that they mentioned that that's gonna be happen, is I don't really like playing pits, so I didn't like pits being the only thing kind of really to do after my character got to a certain strength level. I wish I could have played more the other stuff. Understandably so why that wasn't available, but it's just like oof. I didn't enjoy the PTR as much as I would have liked to, just because I don't really enjoy pits in general, at least not with the way it's tuned or it was tuned or that kind of thing. But I also know, and I expect that to be vastly different upon launch of Season 6. But I see what you're saying, though. The beauty. You said, and the legendary glyphs are just unnecessary. I kind of feel that way as well, because there's really nothing legendary about the legendary glyphs. They just they increase the range, and then you get some multiplicative damage. It's basically just an extension of your gear via aspects, but in glyph form. So it's really not interesting at all. However, I do like the idea of Paragon taking a lot longer to achieve in the later stages, because it gives you something that whether or not you like Paragon in Diablo 3 or not, or the way the Paragon was handled in Diablo 3, it gave you something else to work towards other than gear drops. Because you can sit there and log in, like, as you're getting better gear, you might just have a bad day and like get no upgrades at all, but at least you made some sort of progress via Paragon, so you don't feel like your entire playthrough was, uneventful in a sense. So I do like the idea of slowing Paragon and adding more Paragon in that sense, so we have a different type of way to be able to progress our character. The unfortunate part is that the Paragon system itself, Hordes, glyphs, those kind of things are still relatively uninteresting. Still. So you're gaining power and you're making progress, but that progress doesn't do much to change your character in any meaningful way, other than just gives you more power more power. But yeah, I think it's just a missed opportunity to be able to not have more things, more ways to change the way that you play the game. I'm gonna say change the way you play the game, but just change the way you play a build. I'll put it that way. Okay, what do I not need to pick up? Bitch, right? I definitely do need amulets. Though you said the one thing I'm most worried about is Ancestral being super rare. I didn't get a chance to watch any of the testing. So it was really rare in PTR. And that is definitely kind of scary. At the same time, it's hard for me to have a definitive opinion on what should be done about it, because we don't know, again, the other 3 types of content that were out there. So like, maybe the Ancestral drop rates were more so tuned for more consistent drops, and the other content that we just haven't got a chance to play. Now, whether that's right or wrong, I don't really know, because didn't get a chance to play it, right? So I don't know how that feels or how that would feel. But if we just base it on PTR, yeah, it felt bad. But we only got like 1/4 of the content we'll be spending our time in sort of. So it's hard to have a full-fledged this is right, this is wrong type stance on it. If I'm just basing on what I got in pits and Helltide, well, yeah, hell yeah, that was, you know, way too rare. But that's only based off of, well, pit. That's all we had access to. All right, let me see what I actually need here. Attack speed, health, willpower, power, health, willpower, health, attack speed is basically on everything. Okay. Oof. Do I really need it? I need a GA. So we'll hold on to that. Actually, wait a minute. Where's my what's my offhand supposed to be? Same thing. Willpower, maximum life, resource cost reduction. Okay. So anything here? Should put on some sort of amulet and of willpower, attack speed. Okay, that works. Anything else? Salvage.
Come back if you need work.
Yeah, I need unsung for the gloves. For wind shear?
Chance, wanderer. There seems your fair bit of magic in that one.
It's a better amulet. Yeah, I'm going wind shear first. Maybe tornado later, but wind shear first.
Until next time.
At least that's what I'm interested in right now. It was tied to Ancestral having guaranteed GA. Probably that's why it was so rare. I actually do. It's the thing. I actually do like the fact that they were rare. If I had to base it off of, again, just pit activities, I did feel like they were a little rare, a little too rare based on what we were doing. But again, that's one of those things where it's like, well, does that change with Infernal Hordes? Does that change with Undercity? Does that change with
But could be better.
those kind of things? So what aspects do I need? I got Creeper already, so let's see, hold on. I can get Unsated from Unsatiated. I can get that from Fracture's Peaks, Torment Runes, but yeah, that. And I got all the other stuff. Oh, that and Calm Breeze. The others are more so aspects I already got from current character. I'm gonna just try to stay alive. I haven't played last season waiting for Vessel. Or this season waiting for Vessel. Patriot. How good is it? Well, no one's played Vessel of Hatred yet. We did play the PTR, but that had like some new systems, but not, it wasn't really the expansion, like the new areas campaign, new class, new in-game stuff. It was more so of like the revamped progression stuff that we got a chance to test. So that's definitely different. Oh, you're talking about the current? Oh, I'm sorry. Season 5 was good. What I don't, sorry, yeah, season 5 was good. What I don't like about season 5 is that they kind of just I watched it happen too. I sat there and watched it happen. What I don't like about season 5 is that they kind of gave up on it. Like they didn't give us anything midway like they normally do for every other season. So it started off strong because Infernal Hordes was really good content. In fact, it's like my favorite thing to do in a game by far. But they didn't really do anything else past that point, like they normally do. So no mid-season patch, nothing to shake things up, fix bugs, events, or anything like they normally would do. So it basically ended up with people kind of like gearing towards, you know, Infernal Hordes tier 9 and 10 because we thought we were getting that mid-season patch, and nothing is showing up. And so now people who were kind of had the expectations kind of felt a little bit let down in a sense. So now it's kind of like, okay, well, I guess let me just chill out until the expansion comes because I have nothing else to do because what I was gearing towards isn't coming. So, however, outside of that, I think season 5 was actually pretty good. They got to gaslight the consecrators. They also allowed down to make a druid. Yeah, probably. Had they actually did have a mid-season patch, I probably wouldn't have made any other class. I'm not gonna lie, because I'd be busy like tailoring everything to do the new stuff or newer things or whatever bug fixes or whatever new things that have occurred or whatever. So, yeah. Wow. I just got stomped. Literally. Run. Go, tornado, go. Do the thing. But yeah, I would say I would say season 4 and season 5 were definitely steps in the right direction for the game itself. But I guess now the expansion is pretty much around the corner, so there's probably not much of a reason to jump into the current season right now. Like there's just so many good games out right now that it's just you might as well play that. Honestly, to the expansion, since the expansion is right around the corner, a couple of weeks away. Also, Djibouti, are you there? I don't know if he's still there. Oh yeah, I do get movement speed by attacking my wind shear. Run. Master Prime, what's going on? Like your rogue is level 80 and doing your barrage but on Maxroll. Nice. Are you having fun with it? That's good. Oof. You need to get a Kyle nameless. Yeah, Kyle is really strong. With the mask got me. With precision based builds. I'm gonna go ahead and just revive. What was that? Was that like a landslide from like a druid? Banished druid? I guess I saw like a little earth thing just kind of just popped out from the ground. Either earth spike or a landslide or something. This is PTR? No, PTR has been long gone. Well, not long gone, sorry. Ended Wednesday of last week. Lightning Spirit Sork has ruined every other class for you this season. I feel so slow comparatively. You mean like movement speed wise, or just like kill speed and like in Inferno Hordes? PTR for D3 soon. Yeah, but I mean, that like there's like no actual changes. It's just run. Oof, that hurt. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to survive all that. Might get to a point where like I don't have enough stuff worn to really be able to take hits. Could throw on some bulwark though. Runs. Put a Doombringer. I actually don't even have a Doombringer anymore. I could probably craft one though. I probably should just craft one. You have to leave after this one? Okay. Premex, are you still there? cool. Alright. Kill them all leads after this one, so you can you know. You know. We don't know. Oh, you know. You know. Right? Of course you know. Right, yeah, see, there you go. See, yeah, right, yeah. Convincing, right? You just have to, think about it for a bit, right? Just a few more you knows, and then and then now you know, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, easy. It's kind of crazy how I had this much movement speed already. But then again, I do have the Tyrio's Might. Did you laugh when I saw how slow Druids were at the start? I was actually having fun swinging the mace, man. I like how committed the Druid is on like the swing. Like you move and everything, but like he is not letting go of that swing. Can you take a look at your Spiritborn theory craft? You said you think you're on to something? Sure. Just DM it to me. Dude has a gorilla grip on that thing, right? So YT7, it'll be easier for the same XP. Just curious. That's what they wanted to do. So I was like, okay. Yeah. But you're right, Jimmy. You're right. You're exactly right. I did not see that. That's random ass. You're watching me die. I'm gonna pretend like I'm doing something here. I saw that coming. 300 a little low. I think it's really high considering I didn't kill a single thing at all, and it's in front of Hordes. I think the return for the investment I made was 300% really. So considering I dealt no damage, 300 is Really nice. Wiggity, what's going on, man? I assume you've already seen the EM drop. Oh yeah. I've heard about it. I thought they sure showed what a 50-year-old lyrics. I haven't actually listened to it yet, but I've heard about it. That looks very painful. Look at that. Look at the look at my death position right here. Like look at the way the leg is just kind of like bent back like that. Y'all didn't know Druid was that flexible, did y'all? There's Boiler. What's up, sir? It is a Druid. I Druided, sir. Druid has peak efficiency body. Premix, what's your battle tag? Druid. Y'all like misspelling that. I have no idea what a druid is. Like, did y'all not get the name of the character, Drood? Gosh. He's like right here. Gosh. Kind of sad you didn't do a female Druid. Well, I was gonna name her Windy Spears, but I wasn't sure whether I was gonna do like Windshear or not. So I was like, alright, let's just take the rest in gold and call it. You're welcome. Kill them all. Alright, premix. Class of 1 is Rosie. So I put this on because I ain't got no health. That's alright. We got a lightning spear sword that's gonna. Now, the lightning spear sword has one job though. So if I see enemies pop up on the screen, you're fired. It's just gonna put that out there. If I see a single mob actually do anything, if they make any animation of any sort, just replace you with another lightning spear sword. Sir, I saw enemies on the screen. We need a new sword. Yeah, kill them all. Thanks, man. But Boiler, since you're here, I have questions. Are staging still going to be a thing? They weren't in the PTR, so I assume they got rid of that, which I think is a good thing. No more Stygian stones at all? I don't think so. At least based on the PTR, I have not. I have a question for you. I'm currently physical Barrage. I could do T6 4. I'm debating about switching to Heartseeker, but the base setup only Because I have no Mythic, so you think Heartseeker basic setup would be better than the physical Barrage build? What are you missing from the full build, Havoc, from Heartseeker? I know there's like three Mythic uniques in it. What all are you missing? You probably have a Tyrio's Might. But what else are you missing? I will say that, Havoc, to be honest with you, I don't know if I don't know. You're missing Starless Skies and Harlequin. So like to play Heartseeker in Hordes is a bit harder than physical Barrage. Which is why it's kind of like the base setup is fine, but like you're not gonna really feel the like power until you can like get to the full setup, in a sense, because you'll have to kind of work hard or too hard, I guess. Is what I'm saying. I'm not saying the base setup isn't strong. It's just that for the amount of work required, like versus what you're already doing on physical Barrage, I probably wouldn't make the change if I had to be honest with you. I wouldn't make the switch. At least not yet. If anything, I don't know how far you are with your well, I guess you still got some upgrades to do on your physical Barrage because you don't have Starless, which is a pretty big upgrade for that build. Do you have Cal, or is that someone else who said that they didn't have Cal? Run. You have Cal now? Okay, yeah. Cal's a pretty big upgrade as well. Mainly throughout the Hordes, not so much on the councils or whatever, until ads start spawning, but. Wait. Premix is known as Sork, actually. I was wondering, I'm like, why are there enemies on the screen? I'm like so confused. I'm like legit confused. There's enemies in the screen, and I looked over at the profile picture. I'm like, wait, that looks like Mr. T without the hair. I was like, that's not a Sork. I guess the Druid would help with your choices and stuff like that, but it looks like Boiler's gone. I was gonna ask him some questions about wind shear. Yeah, amulets are hard to find. Yeah, I don't have any GA Frigid Finesse amulets at all. Wait, why are the wolves following me? I don't have any wolves in my bar or anything. Yeah, why they following me? I mean, I'm cool with it. Don't get me wrong. I mean, do your thing. You know what I'm saying? You know, bite the shit out of them. You know. Wind shear, yeah. Windy Spears, except I didn't make the female Druid because I didn't know what I was gonna go with as I was leveling. I have some questions for you since you're here, Boiler, and some newbie questions you don't mind answering. So if wind shear is more of a dot sort of type thing, right? Am I understanding, or is it more like a hybrid where like the wind shear itself actually does do damage, but a lot of your damage also still comes from the damage over time poisoning effect then that you scale with creeper and other things? It's pretty much all dot. Does a damage versus distance also scale the dot, or there's damage versus distance, there's adaptability I think too as well. Or wait, actually wait a minute. Okay, wait, okay, I'm thinking of something else. So yeah, so I guess wind shear is not a prop. So wind shears, I guess all the damage that you, okay, never mind. I guess now that makes all the sense. You're just skilling the dot, but it's still a skill, much like poison imbuement. Ish. Yeah, actually, if you wanna, call me on Discord. Ow. Bloodmaster, what's going on? This is like your gameplay. At this point, down just everybody. Yeah, pretty much. Take that and that and that and that. Take that and that and that and that and that and that. Take that and that and then more of that and that. Yeah. You said denied? Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, how come I didn't hear it? I'll call you.
You just joined,
There it is.
so you've seen the light.
I am yes.
Attaboy.
Alright, so I guess that was my newbie question number one, because I was wondering if Windshear itself is actually dealing any damage, or is it the dot itself? But apparently it scales because it's a skill, right? So damage versus distance, all that stuff scales with the poison part of Windshear.
Yeah, so a couple of things with that. aspect of the Calm Breeze is the aspect you put on your amulet that makes it apply a dot, right?
Right.
That thing inherits all of Windshear's attacks. So Storm, or if you're wearing a Tempest Roar, it would inherit Werewolf also. But also Basic. So Adaptability and Moonrise work and improve the damage of Calm Breeze.
So there's putting ranks into your basic attack.
No,
Scale that as well, or no?
that doesn't.
That's odd.
It is. And then you asked about damage to distant. So, longer answer or shorter answer? You want?
Whichever one you feel like giving.
Alright. So we have a legendary node in our Paragon board called Thunderstruck. It gives you multiplicative damage equal to 20% of your close and distant damage.
I see.
It used to be uncapped, but they put a 60% cap on it last season.
Oh.
Yeah, bit of a bummer because we had like 300% multi on this last season. That's why Windshear was our strongest.
Makes sense. Okay.
So now that's capped at 60, but we use distant to scale that up, and then after that, it's still the best additive damage type we can get for this season to temper on.
Just because of how much it is.
Yeah, it's just
value.
the highest numerically too. So
Got it. Okay. Next newbie question. What does Tempest Roar actually do? So like I read it, I look at the skills I have, and I know that there's a glyph that works with it, 15% damage reduction. There's also the aspect that you put in your ring for 35% multiplicative. Is there more to that, or that's the reason why you wear a Tempest Roar?
there are also a bunch of damage passives that we can get. So to explain the Druid in a nutshell, there's 4 categories of spells. Right? There's Storm and Earth, and those are collectively called nature magic skills. And then there's Werewolf and Werebear, and those are collectively called shapeshifting skills. And a lot of our power, in almost all cases, comes from the fact that we can mix and match those. We can create synergies between elemental damage type and shapeshifting damage type by making the skill have both tags. So that's what a Tempest Roar really does for you, is it makes your Storm skills Werewolf skills, and allows you to dip into the passives of both nature magic and shapeshifting skills.
I see. So I assume that's the reason why Andariel's is not a part of the build.
Yeah, Andy's, we don't have very good lucky hit in general, or ways to scale poison really outside of this flat damage aspect.
Okay.
But yeah, it's still generally like, with the exception of Shred, every damaging skill that we use makes an effort to get both nature magic and shapeshifting categories. Earth can be generally is converted to Werebear, and Storm is generally converted to Werewolf, or vice versa. But pretty much all of our builds strive to do that, because it's almost always worthwhile between the passives and the legendary nodes we gain access to.
Chat's roasting me. And then someone said, "What is this ASMR podcast?" I guess because they're hearing your voice.
I mean, I can start whispering. Do I need to lift my mic? Whatever.
No. Like, actually, is I probably need to actually turn you up a little bit. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
Yeah. Well, I just had a couple questions because obviously I know nothing about the class. So I was like, anytime I see DR and I'm like, can I get away with not having the DR?
I'm kind of surprised you're going with Windshear first, or at all, really, at this point.
What makes you
You
say
did
that?
you wanted to play it. Well, Wind Shear is not our strongest anymore. That was the case last season, but Landslide is
Yeah,
like
I missed out. I
head and
missed out on
shoulders
it.
better. But on the other hand, if you want to experience Wind Shear at all, now's the time because it was really awful on the PTR.
Yeah, that's what you were telling me before. How was NATO? Like,
NATO is probably in the worst spot it has ever been. If we're being honest, I would probably fade that one. I don't think you're gonna have a great time. Far, far from its former glory.
okay, well, I haven't really built into anything yet. I'm still in the process of just getting levels. And I just put Wind Shear on my bar because it just seemed appropriate for movement speed at the moment. But
Have you done your class mechanic yet?
nope.
Oh boy, you're gonna love that. Are you at least dropping Druidic Spirit offerings on the ground?
I have been picking them up. I saw them and I was like, "What is this?" It's like you need that for your, it said boons, I believe, or something, or
that's
asset.
Spirit
Yeah.
boons.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
they're just like flat stat stuff for the most part. But yeah, the Druid class quest is the worst one for sure. Definitely takes the longest. It'll be alleviated a little bit because you're picking those things up already though. You need 400 of them, by the way.
I have probably somewhere like between 100 or 200. It's somewhere around that range. Maybe a little less than that.
I don't know.
Let's see. Or maybe a bit less than that. Let's see. Okay, yeah, 128.
You'll get them. A little Helltide or something. Looks like they don't drop in Hordes, which I didn't know. Okay, well, I mean, if you have more questions, or you're looking for some starter gear, or some not so starter gear even, I probably got you covered on that front.
Okay, we can yeah, yeah, for sure. I probably, a part of me does want to at least attempt some Wind Shear, I guess, a little bit. Kind of sad because I was thinking about, or actually, one more question. Wind Shear to use Pain Gorges last season, right?
No, it doesn't work. Well, I mean, it doesn't like apply dots and stuff how you would like it. It would proliferate the damage of your Wind Shear itself, but not. That's
Not
useful.
Yeah. Well, I was saying more so for like the AOE effect, since you don't have any AOE. Kind of like how we do like on Heartseeker at the moment. Like, you know, like on Heartseeker, we don't take Pain Gorges really for. Well, we do get like the ranks to basic attack does help, for sure. But the Pain Gorges is more so for the AOE proc and being able to
that's
constantly.
like on a Heartseeker type thing.
Yeah, like we do that on Heartseeker. Whereas
Isn't that a hit build though?
it is true. Yeah.
Yeah,
keep
most
forgetting
of my
that they're-
damage isn't coming from the Wind Shear itself. It's coming from a dot.
From the dot.
No.
Gotcha.
So Pain Gorges isn't a very good fit for it.
Fair. Oh. look at the ragdoll effect. Everybody just stepping on my head. Like y'all, bro, chill.
Gotta get
Y'all
you
leave,
tanked up some, man.
y'all leave my
Alright.
body alone. it's just, they're all like fighting over it, like stepping on it, man. Like, yo, y'all ain't gotta do all that.
You got a set of gear to toss on at 80?
I do not. I'm
Okay.
yeah, legit. That hurt. Legit at the moment, I'm like, or I did put on like Tyrio's Might and Shaco, and I guess what I might do is put on Craft a Doombringer. I had one and then I salvaged it, but
Right on, right on. So what's the new
Yeah.
hotness for rogues for season 6? What's looking good?
well, so Victimize is back, but it's basically what they did was they kind of changed the way it functions, where it's no longer based off of your damage; it's based off of weapon damage. So it's basically Andorios without the poison. That's all it is. So Victimize is literally Andorios without the poison dot. It's just a hit now, but it's a massively strong hit, AOE like proc or whatever that you build into. And so they're obviously just like everything on the rogue with key passives. There are bugs involved where things are double dipping and even some things are triple dipping with it. And so oh yeah. Because of that, we were seeing some crazy numbers on PTR, as you know, to be expected. And so the idea was just to find something that could proc, that procs it the best. And ironically enough, the new Dance of Knives skill is actually procking more lucky hit than it's supposed to. Combine that with obviously a GA Fist of Fate, and you have a monster of a proc machine for Victimize.
Yeah,
So
I think I saw some Dance of Knives gameplay that ended up looking pretty sick. A lot of the time I had just been watching people like level with it and stuff like that, and then I finally, sometime near the end of the PTR or shortly after, saw like what an end game setup looked like. Because like to me, I didn't even know like Dance of Knives was sustainable. I thought it was like you run out eventually, but that did not seem to be the case.
Well, so the mechanic is actually really cool, where like if you move a certain amount of meters, you refill your charges. So like, which allows you to continue to stay in Dance of Knives. So like, it's interesting because it's like at the lower levels when you don't have a lot of movement speed, then you will run out of charges. But as you beef up your movement speed, the more you can sustain it, which I think is a really cool mechanic. However, there's quite a few bugs with Dance of Knives. One, it procking more lucky hit than it's supposed to. But two, you can spam tap it, and when you spam tap it, you don't lose any charges at all. So that's not how that's supposed to work, but that's how it worked in PTR. Also, spam tapping also allowed you to shoot more Dance of Knives than you're supposed to. So much like God Demon Hunter, but on crack. In terms of like strafe weaving or whatever you call it. So that's why like I tell people, and I don't say tell people in the chat, but like I guess my biggest feedback from Rogue on the PTR was I'm glad that Victimize is fixed, but I think the idea of homogenizing the entire class around a passive just feels really boring because stuff no longer has an identity. And I know Fist of Fate is.
I won't lie to you. I've Googled what Victimize does in the time we've been talking.
No, you're good. I mean, it's like I said, it's basically Andorios. You lucky hit proc it, and then it does like an AOE proc damage or whatever. Like that's like legit what that is.
Yeah, I see that now.
Yeah, it is.
Sounds pretty good.
Oh, I mean, it is, but I think the thing is that like with Fist of Fate being what it is, it basically just allows like it's just rogue builds are not really rogue builds, they're victimized builds. Victimize plus whatever skill that you chose to use, as long as you have a Fist of Fate to proc at a time.
Yeah.
So like
I think I see what you're saying.
So everybody's gear is gonna really, for the most part, look mainly the same. Everybody's Paragon board is gonna look pretty much the same. It's just like, so when someone says, "Hey, have you tried this build?" and I say, "Which one?" "Oh, Flurry Victimize." "Oh, so you mean Victimize?" It's like, well, no, Flurry Victimize. No, so you mean Victimize? Because Victimize is doing all the work. You just change the skill used to proc to Victimize, right? So like, I find that type thing somewhat boring for the class in a sense, because it meant that at that point, what's the point of your skills having any sort of lucky hit at all? Like different values of lucky hit. If everything can do it, right? Like the whole point of Victimize itself is to be based upon lucky hit and skills having a higher lucky hit, but lower other things. And that was the balance part of it, right?
Yeah, no,
but all of that
sounds kind of garbage. Really.
Yeah, it's like now that type of identity and balance is all out the window at that point. Now every skill can potentially do it, and that's cool because it opens up many different skills to be usable with Victimize, but it's the same exact gameplay throughout all.
What kind of damage does Victimize deal?
It takes whatever imbuement or element that you're using or shooting. So like if you're doing cold clip or something like that, then it'll take the form of cold. So it's for lack of a better word, I resort back to Andariel's because you don't do any damage at all. Not Andario dealt all the damage, like Andy's is the damage, and you just use Barrage or you use Flurry or whatever to be the procer of said, or puncture the procer of said Andarios. But you yourself are doing 0 damage. It's the same thing.
So is an Andy's proc considered direct damage for the purpose of Victimize? Like, does Andy make a poison Victimize explosion?
No.
Okay.
No. It's and then there is some cool things like Death Trap build, like an actual Death Trap build that actually deals damage. Is actually really cool. Like literally spamming Death Trap is now a thing, and it actually clears well and it deals damage. So that's really cool to see for those who like that, who want like a trap build. Finally, we got one. Poison TB is back with the new admixture, alchemical admixture, new key passive, which is cool. What I don't like about that new passive is that it only plays to poison imbuement, and so shadow and cold imbuement get left in the dust because they aren't really getting buffed nearly in the same way that poison is. So that key passive is literally really only for poison imbuement, which is kind of unfortunate for different, people who might want to use that with shadow imbuement or cold imbuement. And then you got rapid fire, which is precision based, and that's still doing really well, but it's doing really well because the key passive is still bugged and trick attacks is still bugged, bug scaling. So I say all that to go, I don't know where Rogue is going to end up because I don't know how many of these bugs are going to actually get fixed. And that's what I'm usually tell my chat, and I'm cautious. I'm cautious, but I'm like, it's PTR, but remember, a lot of what makes Rogue strong is usually whatever bugs we find, and it's usually based around our key passives. So whatever they choose to fix or don't fix is what we know is going to be strong going into season 6. But at the moment, we don't know. Which sucks, obviously, for a guy rating, as you know, because day one, I'm going to be like, oh, well, I thought that worked, or I thought that still worked, but nope, So.
Yeah, it's nice to have clarity on those types of things and not have to retest them every season. Right? Right?
Yeah, you just never know when you're playing Rogue, man. So like, so I guess I don't ever want to sound like a Debbie Downer, but it's just like every season that Rogues are strong or have strong builds is always based around one or two bugs that isn't supposed to be there, and we don't know what that's going to be like until we play the said build in the new season and figure out which bugs they fixed and which ones they left in the game, and then we can go, oh, okay, that's strong now, or oh, well, nope, they fixed that bug, that's no longer strong. So it's always kind of a toss up. So like, ironically enough, I say rapid fire is kind of a safe bet because it has one or two bugs attached to it that's been bugged for a while, and they haven't bothered to mess with it or fix it. So because it's been bugged for a while, like maybe it has a lesser chance of it being fixed. and you might be all right with that. But anything victimized related or anything Dance of Knives, especially with Dance of Knives having 3 or 4 skill bugs on top of victimized bugs, we don't really know where that's going to end up. And like, but you know, like I said, like, you know, you have people, you know, people like obviously like Mippy, for example, that was doing really well with Dance of Knives, right? And I told my chat, I'm like, well, to be honest with you, Dance of Knives needs a buff. And people like looked at me like I was crazy. Like, no, I'm serious. And it's like, but did you not see what Mippy did? I'm like, yeah, sure did. And Dance of Knives needs a buff. Because once they fix the bugs, Dance of Knives as a core skill is going to be pretty much lacking behind the other skills. Because as a damage dealer itself, it's actually not that good. It just procs victimize really well. So, and that's obviously again due to some bugs. So it's like when you remove all that, people are going to be disappointed in Dance of Knives. So that's my concern. I think even Woody was saying the same thing. It was just like, you know, players are getting the wrong, you know, or possible the players and the devs might be getting the wrong notion that Dance of Knives is okay, and it's like it's not.
Yeah, our new skill is pretty down bad too.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, but
it sometimes does quintillions of damage on the PTR.
Did y'all have any bugs? Like any major? Well, you did have major bugs, right? Of course.
Oh yeah.
Serious scars.
Because just about everything that was introduced was either bugged or not available in PTR. Our 2 new glyphs we couldn't get. There was a totem for our new skill that we couldn't get, a unique totem. It wasn't dropping and it wasn't available in the boost. And then like 3 of the 4 new aspects were bugged. It's pretty good. Our new skill did I don't know too much about the bug, but I know particularly in density and with higher monster levels it was doing insano damage, like I said, into the trillions, quadrillions, quintillions. But it couldn't kill a boss to save its life, so like it still wasn't good.
Oh, that's awful, man.
And then we got a new shred aspect. That thing was making you. So shred is like a, you know, hit in a small AOE or hit up one or 2 enemies at a time type skill, right?
Mm-hmm. I like shred a lot. I really do.
Yeah, shred's cool. They got something that gave it a 4th hit and gives it an AOE on the 4th hit and knocks enemies down.
That's cool.
And
At least sounds cool.
It reads that it hits surrounding enemies. However, your main target of shred, based on the number of enemies around you, got hit that many times, essentially.
Oh, that sounds cool. So shred builds.
Well,
yeah,
that wasn't
no,
what
or...
was supposed to happen. That was just what was happening. Like it was just pinging your main target like, you know, 20 to 50 times depending on density, and nothing about it said it should do that.
Well then. I like shred though. I think the one time I made Druid class before this time was actually in beta, and I was playing or attempting to play shred in beta. You know, like I think the level cap was 25 or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's the last time I played a rogue, honestly.
Yeah, I really like the werewolf stuff, so I was like really digging it. Serious scars ass.
Yeah, the werewolf aesthetic is really cool, but they're in a bad spot right now. They don't have enough meaningful aspects. They had most of the werewolf builds had like 1 or 2 aspects taken away from them, and it was stuff they were like wielding on a 2-hander, and their amulet kind of strong.
Oh, somebody revived me. I didn't realize I got revived. Oops. Was it? Wonder Bread says, "Dang, bro, actually a druid. Did I lose a bet?"
Did you though? I'm wondering that too.
No, I really did want to, you know, do what I said I was gonna do this time around. I was like, I felt bad because like last season, I actually did say I was going to do it, and then I ended up not doing it. Syrian Scar says, "What about Heartseeker? It's not really bugged and it's good, right?" So the thing is that like all the other rogue skills are not like the skills themselves aren't really bugged, outside of Twisting Blaze, abysmal lucky hit chance, which I don't understand why they nerfed it as hard as they did, like way below the value that the tooltip says it has. But outside of that, all the other like rogue skills per se are actually like not bugged. Like most of rogue's bugs are based around the key passives. So like Heartseeker and all the other stuff are doing what they're supposed to do. It's the key passive that's usually the problem. Whereas Dance of Knives has almost four bugs associated with it on the skill itself before applying the bugs on the key passive that it also uses. That is why Dance of Knives was as strong as it was on PTR, because it like you basically had like 9 or 10 bugs on one build that all benefited the build. So that's yeah. So out of all the rogue skills, Dance of Knives is probably in the most trouble in terms of, I'll say most trouble, but the one that's going to get hit the most, just because, well, there's just a lot of bugs associated with it. I'm just hoping that when they do, that they give some oomph back to the skill when they actually do that. Am I liking Druid as much as Rogue? I haven't like actually made a build yet. I only have 2 skills on my bar at the moment.
A lot of floor POV right now. I can see.
Yep. But
That's okay. You'll get there. They're tanky eventually.
Oh, how's Pulverized this season?
It's fine. You know, Pulverize is kind of like old reliable. It's probably never going to be the best because it's centered around like really spiky damage with overpowers. But
For the time.
kind of always comes out the same, like maybe like a high B tier ish build. Good for speed farming, great for leveling. Not really like a premier pit or horde build.
Is it just because of the like abysmal single target damage, or just not enough output in general?
Yeah, a little of both. Little column A and a little column B. It's it does, you know, into the billions of damage with overpowers, but those overpowers aren't by any means every hit, you know. It'll sometimes you'll find yourself waiting for either timers or a number of kills to get your next overpower, and it can be a little frustrating to hit like a wet noodle in between. It's fun though. I love Pulve. Pulve is my favorite Druid build for sure. I've leveled with it like 7
I could tell.
times.
Like anytime that I watch you play Pole, like you seem excited. Like you seem like you're really having fun.
Yeah, man. I heckin' love Pulve. I wish it were topped at least once. It was actually like on the release of the game it was going to be. I don't know if you remember this. They did like a patch a day and a half, 2 days in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that patch nerfed Pulve like 5 or 6 different ways at once. Some of this was collateral into other builds, but it was looking pretty competitive right out the gate. But it got kind of nuked.
Yeah, I'm stuck. I was gonna die. Like I was trapped. There was nowhere I can go.
Yeah, what actually makes those fire streaks on the ground?
I don't know. I've been wondering the same thing. It just seems random.
Yeah, it's like 1 in every like 20 hordes you do, just for one wave.
Oh, I survived. What? Yeah, you said what build am I planning for? I don't know. I think I probably end up doing landslide. Although I kind of want to do some wind shear, but I think I might just do landslide.
I mean, you can try both. I just think you're not going to like Wind Shear as much as some of your ranged rogue builds, for example. The AoE is really not something you can overcome. And it just isn't as strong right now, unfortunately. By the way, speaking of PTR, Druid, Rogue stuff, I hear that the Petrified Rune is proccing no witnesses.
Yeah, it is. Is
That's lovely. Lovely.
Yeah, it's yeah, and it's also apparently double dips with rapid fires, like the crit damage itself. Double dips with precision for rapid fire, so it makes it a must-have rune. Like on
so
like that
you're
build.
saying, so like I have a problem with that in the first place. You're talking about it like taking your sheet crit damage and doing something with it. Is that what you mean?
Taking it, yeah, and well, it's multiplying off of our key passive itself as well.
Right.
So
but
like
doesn't
it.
the key passive feed from like the funky tooltip stuff?
Oh yeah,
that
yeah,
they're
yeah,
going
yeah,
on?
yeah. That.
That's
Sorry.
a problem to me. I hate
Yeah.
that.
I don't like. Yeah, I don't like that either. It's been that way for several seasons on Rogue. But that also, I think for me, I just got the meteor. No, but so what I hate about that obviously is that it just becomes mandatory on a build like that. Like even if I like, let's just say I don't want to use that room because maybe I don't want to, make them unstoppable that fast or whatnot, or I want more control over some other buffs. I can't not do that because it's way too strong. Like, because of what it does. Not only that, but because it also procs no witness, I can actually get the no witness legendary node, which is technically our strongest legendary node on the Paragon board without even having to use preparation. So like, there's quite a few synergies there that forces you into doing a thing that you may or may not want to do. So, yeah, and we don't really know whether that's intended or not because apparently, according to what they were saying, it's like, oh well, yeah, that's intended. But they didn't directly say that it was intended, but according to the wording, it's working the way it's supposed to. But I'm hoping that isn't the case. I'm hoping that isn't that the case. Like secretly, I'm hoping that isn't the case because I don't.
Damn, Dice is just over there hoping left and right for rogues to get nerfed.
I'm just. Here's my thing. I would like to know personally. Maybe others might feel a certain way or a different way, and that's fine. But personally, I want to know what a rogue does when things actually work the way that they're supposed to work. Like, how does the class perform when things perform the way that they're supposed to perform? Because how do we know what buffs and nerfs we need? Or actually, in this case, what buffs do we need when things aren't working properly? I'll give you a great example of this. So I'm sure you remember Twisting Blades was the meta for rogues for a long time. Like preseason, season 1, season 2 was all poison Twisting Blades. Why? Because it was based around several bugs that just wasn't fixed. And so poison was scaling. Blade Dancer was scaling poison in a ridiculous way, and some other stuff was scaling poison and double dipping with poison imbuement, stuff that wasn't supposed to be the case. So everyone's like, oh yeah, Twisting Blades is strong, and sure, it was because of all the bugs. But it's like it's been bugged for so long that when Blizzard removed the bugs, all of a sudden people realize, oh, Twisting Blades actually really isn't that good. But now we go through a grace period of Blizzard finding out, oh, Twisting Blades isn't really that good, and we're having to wait longer to get the proper buffs for a skill that should have gotten those buffs earlier on. You know, if they would just remove the bugs earlier on. Because they let that go for so long, you know, we ended up getting people got used to it and thought that was the norm, that Twisting Blades was supposed to work that way. So when it didn't, people got upset. So it was like, you know, what happened to my Twisting Blades? And I was like, it was bugged. And he's like, really? No, it wasn't. I'm like, yeah, it was. And he's like, no, I don't understand. Like, I don't understand why it's bugged. I'm like, but it was. He's like, well, how come they didn't do anything about it for a couple of seasons? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. But here we are, though, going into season 6 or whatnot. And like, I still don't think Twisting Blades kind of got the appropriate buffs it needs. But that's because it's been bugged for so long. And they, you know, this grace period of them seeing how Twisting Blades actually performs without the bugs sucks now. Whereas imagine if they would have fixed it, like, let's say in season 1 or whatever, by now they would have had season 1 to realize that it was bad, season 2 to realize it was still bad, season 3 to realize that it's not functioning correctly. So they would have had time to sit there and analyze and be like, okay, well, this is what we need to do to make the skill better. Right? And that's where Twisting Blades is kind of like currently at now. I mean, we do have a new key passive that makes poison imbuement better, and so Twisting Blades is mostly back. But there's still issues with Twisting Blades. But it's been bugged for so long that, you know, and that's kind of like where I had the issues with. So it's like, how do our skills really perform when things aren't bugged? And actually, let me rephrase that. The fact that alchemical admixture is also bugged because it's also scaling more than it is supposed to. No surprise. That's the only reason why Twisting Blades is actually back in the picture, is because our key passive that it scales well with is back. So now Twisting Blades is back on the menu because of a bug. So it's just like, it'd be nice to know what the rogue class performs like when we're not compounding bugs upon bugs just to stay relevant. Rogue is only relevant because of bugs. That's it. We don't have any relevant setups that isn't based around some sort of bugs in general. Maybe I think Death Trap might be the only one. And even then, I wouldn't be surprised if there is something involved with the new Death Trap thing that, you know, is like, oh yeah, this is bugged. Right? So I guess that's kind of my mission. It's not like I want to like, I never have any animosity obviously towards my class or whatnot. I just would like to know, you know, is Rogue any good if it wasn't for the bugs? And unfortunately, we have yet to have a single season at all since the game has came out where we know that as a class. You know, whereas like, let's say for instance, with Barb had, you know, at least a time frame where very little bugs were associated with them. They were just overtuned. Like, stuff was working properly, it was just overtuned, aka season 3 for barbarians. But it's just like for rogues, it's like, oh, we're only good because this key passive is bugged, or that thing is scaling and, you know, not correctly, or there's several instances of double dipping, aka Heartseeker and Penetrating Shot last season, which is the only reason why those two were good, because we had a bunch of bugs associated with victimize different, but it's still bugged because it's still double dipping and triple dipping. So like, why did you even fix it in the first place? I don't even know, man. I don't even know. Like, so I guess I just want to be able to play a PTR or Theorycraft builds, go into day 1, and things work appropriately. And just be like, okay, things work. This needs a buff. That needs a buff. that needs a nerf, that needs a buff, that needs a buff, those kind of things. But we can't even talk about that as a class because, well, how? Because we have to, everything's bugged. So that's the issue. So we can't even talk about rogue balance until we fix the bugs, which we have way too many of. I know it's like a long rant or whatever, but like you get what I'm saying. It's just like,
I got you. You need a level playing field to even be able to assess what's what.
Right, exactly. And that's the issue that I have. Of course I want rogue to be strong. I just want them to be strong because it works the way it's supposed to. It's strong because it's supposed to be strong. That's what I want. It's strong because it's supposed to be strong. Not whoopsies, you know, kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I get you. That's frustrating. So
Is
I
it-
do want to add a little fun fact about that whole Petrify Rune thing. Druids actually got a new passive in their skill tree. It makes you deal more damage for 8 seconds after you cast an ultimate skill. Guess what doesn't work with the Petrify Rune?
What?
That passive.
Are you serious?
Yeah, so you guys are getting bonuses we're not even getting from casting
Oh, that is so
ultimates.
bad. That is so
I'm
bad.
like, what is... Yeah, it's not even consistent, right? Like, you gotta be... It's either intended or it isn't, right?
Jared says Andy's still better than ever for overall, even with the bug. So does the bug even matter? Well, man, I guess that's also part of the point I'm making, right? Like, if the bugs didn't exist, we can literally see how far behind that really is, and then we can be like, please buff that, buff rapid fire, buff these things. But if they're performing somewhere near or not too far behind, or however you want to say it, then we're never going to really know how it's really actually performing because it's only even in the ballpark because it's bugged. So like, then we get no fixes to said skill because it's, you know, well, you know, doing okay, quote unquote, right? When you remove it and then you realize, oh, it's really not that great. In fact, it's not really good at all. It needs buffs. But anytime I talk about it like that, in that sense, it's like, oh, nah, man, did you not see the, you know, whatchamacallit, like rapid fire, you know, hitting for 4, 6, 7, 8 billion crits on PTR? And it's just like, yeah, but understand that, I don't know.
Yeah, nobody has the right picture, including you, right? So,
Wait, which nightmare dungeon did we open up?
we haven't yet. It seems we have an AFK.
Who's AFK? Yeah, but the problem is people don't care if it's bugged or not, only what the performance is. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess as long as the bug is reproducible without some crazy, you know, sequence or whatever, then sure. Right? The moment that bug requires you to do several different things, you know, hit spacebar 4 times, go to the 7-Eleven within 5 seconds, cash out, but you have to use debit instead of credit, come back home, slam the door twice, you know, move your mouse to the right a millimeter, and then you're like critting for a trillion, then people will probably have an issue with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, as long as they don't have to necessarily interact with the bug and the bug just makes them super powerful, you're right. They don't care. But it just, people like the rug gets pulled away underneath from people when they actually do fix bugs because people don't realize that they were. And it's like, why is this feeling so bad? I'm like, oh, well, they fixed the bug. And it just ends up sucking for, well, everybody. Protesta, where can you get a big gulp in 5 seconds? Okay. I think it's Mord. I think Mika's the one that's AFK. We can make a new party. Or actually, wait a minute.
Mika, come back.
All right, try it again. There we go. Okay. But yeah.
What kind of PC you got, Die? You-ish?
I built this about a year ago. I mean, it's got a Ryzen 7800 3D and 4080 with about 24 gigs of RAM. It's good.
That's nice.
It'll be a while before I do any particular like real upgrades because I don't really do anything past mostly Diablo that requires upgrade. I think the only reason why like I got the 4080 because of the Nvidia sponsorship. So it was just kind of like cool because when they approached me, I actually had an AMD card actually. And I was like, well, I would love to do the sponsorship, but I have a 7900 XT, so I would need a RTS card to showcase ray tracing and all that stuff from your card. And I was like, oh yeah, no problem. We'll just ship you a 4080. And I'm like, oh, okay, well.
Alrighty then. That's sick. Though.
That works. Jesus said 24 gig of RAM, interesting number. Well, the funny thing about it is that there's I have a really hard time getting to the other slot of my RAM. And I was too lazy to take apart a few things when I decided to because originally I had what was it? Like originally was it just 16 gigs I think I had? Actually, wait a minute. So oh, that hurt. I can just go check now. Specky. No, I'm sorry. That was my brother's computer I built. He has 24 gigs. I forgot I actually built his recently, so I had that spec sheet up. I actually have 47 gigs, which is still probably a more interesting number than the other number I just gave you.
47. What is that?
Yeah.
Would you download more RAM?
Sorry. Well, there's so total physical memory I have 47, but it's 48. What class am I starting in 3 weeks? I don't know. Part of me wants to do Spiritborn first, because Spiritborn is such a well-designed class relative. And it was just a lot of fun to play. All styles were fun, except Centipede, and even Centipede was fun. At least the Centipede itself was like really, really cool, but yeah. At the same time though, it's like as a content creator, I don't really know what the best call is at the moment. I think I mentioned this before. There's so many people are gonna come back for the expansion. And so there's just gonna be a lot of creators in that space making Spiritborn content. As a smaller creator, I'm just gonna naturally get drowned out for that. So, however, because Spiritborn is gonna be super popular, it could be that 1 in a million chance of YouTube promoting my video for whatever strange reason, or my videos for whatever reason, and then I kind of get the hits and blow up or whatever. But the likelihood of that happening is like extremely small. But at least on Rogue, people know me for that, and people would be looking for that. So that's like a safe bet, knowing that like that's going to do well. Don't get me wrong, I will play Spiritborn. Like, it's not like I'm not going to play the class. I guess I haven't decided if I'm going to do that first or after I do Rogue.
Seems fair.
So it just really depends. But I have every intent on playing this Spiritborn. Like absolutely. You want to do Centipede and Eco combo and Gorilla? No. It won't take me that long before I dive into the Spiritborn, because like I actually want to play Spiritborn. Like in the sense of like I've already have specs and builds I kind of want to play already. So did you hear that, Boiler?
What was that?
Yeah, see, what was that, Riptide?
Did you say
Yeah, see? Yeah. I have no idea what he's talking about. Zero idea.
Oh yeah, Druid leveling. Hell yes. Very fast. Always has been.
I can see. I can imagine like the vein in like Riptide's forehead right now. What up, Tom? Ever heard the song that came out like a month ago called Big Dogs and Slaps? No, I haven't. Not yet. And Rolanda said keep the bug in, wouldn't that help solve their problem and not have to worry about it until then? I guess it's just more so of like the philosophy of their approach. Usually what tends to happen is like they'll fix a bug and then they want to see how it performs. And like that usually ends up with the season of the skill being bad because the bug was carrying said skill. And so now people are pissed because they went from being godlike to being average on the skill.
People really don't like getting nerfed.
Right. So it's like when they don't supplement anything after they fix a said bug or whatever, then it's just like, and like I get it, they want to see how it performs, but we as consumers, we're not trying to wait, we're not trying to suffer through an entire season just for you to be like, we'll see. It probably needs buffs, but we'll see. And then the crazy thing about it is that when that happens, like ironically, and campfires back in the day for barbarians, they seem for whatever strange reason be like, you know what, we're gonna buff this to like 10,000%. It's probably gonna be OP, but sure, why not? Rick is gonna go for it, whatever. But other classes,
Barb's the main character.
But other classes, it's just like, oh, we'll fix your bug and then we'll kind of see how it works out. But if a barb is like, oh yeah, we took this, but we're gonna give you this new thing that deals 7,000 damage or whatever like that. So it's 7,000% more damage, and it's like, that's probably too strong, but hey, but and that's kind of where the whole idea of like how people really feel about barbs usually going forward. And it's like it's not really the barb's fault. It's just they tend to take the most risk in terms of, hey, that might be OP, but we'll take that risk. But they do it on barbs. And they mention they're gonna do it on bars, but they don't do that for the other classes, at least not publicly. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Well, just be sure to follow him. But I definitely plan on being Eagle. He said, "Where's my sword?" If I would have played sword before Druid, I wouldn't have gotten a Druid. Just being 100%
No, you'd have been
honest.
hearing from me.
I made sure to do Druid first. Because like last season, that's exactly what happened. I was like, I'm gonna do Rogue, then I'm gonna do Sork, and then I'm gonna do Druid. And I never finished my Sork and never got to Druid. Is what happened. Is what actually happened.
Hordes are the new hotness, though. I don't know. I don't know what class I want to play besides Druid. Sork or Rogue, probably. I don't like Necros. They're too slow and pale.
And pale.
Yeah. And Bard, there's ways of getting around their meleeness, but
I'm actually interested in weapon throw. But like I generally had zero interest in Barb, and then I saw weapon throw. I'm like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. But if I ever make a Barb, it'll be for that reasoning and that reasoning only. I think it took the approach of that. We're gonna buff this to compensate. That we're gonna monitor it closely, see where it falls in line, and deliver on that. It'll be better if we see. Oh yeah, I 100% agree. But you absolutely know that never really happens, and that's part of the problem.
Found another event here. 45 seconds.
Oh, okay. Oh, you way down there.
Yeah, this one was really long for a Gul'ran Canals.
Does it even have playtesters? I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like their job is easy. Trying to figure these things out. Although, it just some things though. Some things you just have to wonder, but
Be out.
so where? Actually, no, it's not supposed to. No, werewolf's supposed to level. I don't know why I was leveling werebear. They both have were in it.
True.
J Rocket says, "Did you hear the new song from Ella and Eminem?" Not yet. I have not yet. Also, Vanilla, what's going on? Good idea. Once I finish my Druid, I'll start playing Sork. I stopped playing my Druid. Well, yeah, I guess. But I guess the thing is that like when I play other classes, I tend to like things that are typically not meta. I usually like the more button mashing-y type stuff. So like on rogues, naturally there's a lot of things that are button mashing-y that necessarily isn't the case on some of the other classes. So like I tend to be more drawn into things that tend to be a little bit more complicated. And usually those things don't really end up being the meta. Like for instance, before Frozen Orb was actually good, I was actually playing Frozen Orb a bit. Whenever I did play Sork in season 1 and season 2, like I would just play Frozen Orb each time. And even though it was F tier, I just liked the mechanic of Frozen Orb. So I played it, even though it was really bad. But I enjoyed it. Stuff like that. if they had a few play testers that tested things as well as Maxroll does, I imagine that they find a lot more issues before they make it live. I mean,
There's something to be said there, but
y-
you're not gonna like it.
what Boiler said. And he suggests to what rogue build to try a high tier pit. Well, our strongest pit build is rapid fire. Did they probably already have Maxroll testing, to be honest with you? Nah, we don't. I say we. No, none of us really get that privilege. To I promise you, if any of us were involved, actually, no, I'm gonna just leave it at. I'm gonna just leave it there. I'm gonna just leave it there. Yeah, you would definitely see a different outcome on some things. He's like, yep, he's druiding. I am druiding.
You may not like it, but this is what peak Druid performance looks like.
Seeing Woody cooking up some builds this morning for Spiritborn. He was making some interesting builds. Yeah, the Spiritborn has some mechanics that are, at least at the moment, like absolutely busted. However, it has been made clear to us that the tuning of what we know that it has been data mined is not the tuning that they have, current. So, I'm not saying that any of the theory crafting stuff is not going to work or is or whatnot. But what I am saying is we have pretty old data publicly in terms of the data mine stuff. And if you notice, even all of the Spiritborn stuff that, like the Spiritborn that I played back in July, is technically the same Spiritborn that Woody and Rax and them played when they streamed a few weeks later, which is technically a similar Spiritborn thing that has been shown or showcased after that. It seems purposeful that they did not want to showcase or show anything more than that. But yeah, also from a marketing standpoint, when you see, a new class doing some absolutely insane things, it looks good. So like it's always to the advantage of, let it look broken.
Yeah, and honestly, there's probably a part of them that is okay with Spiritborn being the strongest thing.
Oh yeah,
Season 6.
oh for sure.
Yeah, that whether we like to admit it, that does help drive sales.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta get that new hotness.
What I do think that's really cool about the Spiritborn is that there's several different ways to play the Spiritborn. So I think people are gonna have a lot to chew on when the expansion comes out, just because of the way the class is designed. There's just a lot to go through. You're not gonna just pick a build and play, or pick a spirit and then a sub spirit or whatever and then be done. With it, you're gonna be wanting to try several different combinations with several different main spirits, their unique combinations, or combinations with the unique gear and whatnot. Yeah, Blizzard has a history of any new class being crazy for a while and then they rein it in. Well, I mean, it's I see what Tom said. Remember how busted DKs were in World of Warcraft when they were released? Yeah, Chronix just said that. Chronix just said that. Yeah, I mean it's yeah. I guess ideally, Blizzard would not want them to be so much stronger than the other classes that it becomes pointless to make the other classes. But ideally, you want them to perform, towards the top of classes, builds, etc. Magic Beef was going on. He said, "Why are people always hating on D4? What's my opinion about that? It's like a never-ending circle. Also, D4 is proven big time." There's actually been a lot less hate in season 4 and season 5. Season 1, 2, and 3, understandably so. Season 4, season 5 has turned the game around a lot, and you hardly really saw any D4 bad in season 4. You barely saw that in season 5 either. In fact, even in my chat on my channel, like it was so rare that when someone tried to come in to say it, they actually misspelled it and called it D4 bath with the F instead of a D, and like all capital letters and everything. New, like, first time chatter, and I read it. I was like, D4 bath, and it's like
kind of two-pronged too. One, the game has improved a lot, and I'm not saying it's above reproach at all, but it is better enough that you wouldn't just go from chat to chat saying that. And two, a lot of the people that were kind of obsessed with doing that for 9 months or whatever it was finally got over that, or stopped playing or following the game like a sensible person might.
Well, and also they're not getting the traction they used to, because they might say it and it's like, oh yeah, man, D4 bad, yo, D4 bad, bro. I agree with you, man. Let's go around tell everyone else D4 bad.
I
no
too
longer
like it when people agree with me.
yeah. So it's like now all of a sudden when the mob isn't just kind of like going from place to place together, now you're kind of, instead of being in the popular, like, and these are people who don't even like, they're people that were going from place to place who didn't even play the game, who were just going around saying D4 bad, like, with zero experience of the game at all, just because they heard someone else say it and it was just cool to be on the train. So like that's kind of what it was. But now it's like you say it and you're kind of like in the minority, like big minority now, where people aren't just jumping on that train anymore, and now it's just not as trendy as it once was.
I'm pretty sure that AI radio station is still cranking them out though.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I mean, but look, don't get me wrong though. I mean, there's still improvements to be made, but I think if I had to be real with you on this, there's season 4 was the time frame where the current leads of the game were able to do what they wanted to do. When the game released, the game had to release in a state that had to be playable for the launch date set. There was a lot of turmoil in terms of the actual development process, where the game went through several different leaders, and the current leaders we have right now only had a year and a half being leaders at the helm before the game came out. And if you know anything about development on anything of that nature, you can't change anything. All you can do is hope, put it in a position where it can be shipped and playable, which is mostly what they did. And then go back and fix the things that previous people who were in charge did, and do away with that. So it actually wasn't even till the last year and a half that the team working on Diablo 4 actually had any sort of positive morale on the game. So like these, people who were working on the game hated their job, hated coming to work, doing whatever they were doing, because they hated the previous leaderships that was there. And so season 4 is when we started to really see okay, this is what they want to do with the game. This is, this is how they envision the game being, itemization being like, and you can even tell with just the campfires how positive they were, like the vibe, like, they looked happy to talk about season 4 when they were talking about season 4, before it came out, because this is their baby now. It's like, oh, this is our product now. We get to go and do the thing we want to do instead of just having to release someone else's mess and then try to clean it up later, which is kind of what they have been attempting to do. Is it fair to us? No. As a consumer, it sucks, right? But that's essentially what ended up happening. But you can instantly tell that this was the case, even if you don't know the backstory of them. Literally, the whole Damage on Tuesday t-shirts was their idea. Like, if I was a dev, why would I want to take charge on picking on my own system that I designed? Like, why would I be on the forefront of making Damage on Tuesday shirts if I was the one that designed that system? I'd feel some kind of way. But if you notice, they were happy to wear that shirt. They were happy to put those shirts out because they agreed with us, because it wasn't them that designed that system. So they were well aware of that, and they joked with us. And they knew they had something in the works to fix those things. So, but obviously you can't go on a campfire and badmouth the previous leaders and say it's all their fault. I mean, you can't really do that. So all they can do is just take responsibility and be like, we hear you, we're going to fix. And season 4 and season 5 is us now seeing what they want to do with the game. And now we know what they want to do. Like, we know what, how the direction they want to take it. And it's mostly good. Like, it's mostly good. There's some really good things. There's some mostly good things. And then there's still some things, obviously, where it's kind of like, I don't like that, or I don't like this. But it's considerably more positive than negative. But that's kind of what it is. Sir Duncan, appreciate the prime. But it takes time. Like, it just takes time to get to that point. Unfortunately, like new itemization or a redesign of itemization takes a long time to do.
TP on me for the thing.
Okay. But yeah, so that's kind of where we're at now. We are now in the stages of, we now are, we're now seeing what they really want to do with the game. That's where we're at. And it's mostly good. It's not, everything's not good, but it's considerably better than what it was. Like, considerably better. And it makes me wonder at the time where it's like, man, imagine if like these people, like these guys were at the helm years and years before D4 like actually launched. Like, what would it have been? And not only just them, but like, what if these like they were there, 5 or 6 years throughout the development process, then maybe we would have had less turnover in certain aspects. I mean, you also have Blizzgate too, right? Remember that? And there was, quite a bit of turnover because of that, and strikes and stuff like that. When you have to sit there and like, you have coders coding and doing these things, and then you hire new coders to try to code on top of someone else's code, and which is why we have ridiculous amount of spaghetti coding right now in the game, where like, where like I cast a skill and for some strange reason somebody's engine in the car across the United States cuts off for whatever strange reason. Like you're just wondering how in the hell they're even connected. Right? Just like, this makes zero sense. But it's frustrating, and like I get mad about it too. Like I get mad, I get frustrated and mad about it too. At the same time, it's like, man, I can only imagine the hell they have to kind of deal with in terms of like working with code they probably did not design themselves at the time. And it's rough and it sucks. because it feels like they don't ever get it right in any Diablo game. It's always release a subpar product, fix it later, which is literally how D2, D3, D4 ended up being. You know, expansion fixed everything. Expansion was great, but
My burden is too great.
it's just something. Just Diablo. That's how all Blizzard games go. Well, I don't know. I feel like the Warcraft series actually did pretty good, and so did Stark. Well, actually, I won't even say StarCraft. I think StarCraft, the original StarCraft, actually released pretty okay. But like Warcraft, Orcs versus Humans, Warcraft 2 actually released pretty well. Warcraft 3, Reign of Chaos actually released pretty well. I mean, it has some glaring issues, but it actually did pretty well upon release. The Frozen Throne obviously made it better, like considerably better. Of course, the expansion, that's what happens. But I think they actually had pretty decent releases. Why is there an Overwatch 2? That's a whole nother story. And I actually have a deep respect for is it Kaplan, I think. What he ended up doing towards the end when he chose to like step away. Because there was a lot of people on that team who said that Kaplan like really protected them and made their opinions matter versus what was being asked of him or some of the stuff that was happening there. So before he actually left, he fought for his team a bit, but Overwatch 2 was not what he wanted it to be, what it ended up being. That's not what he wanted. But again, totally different scenario, different situation. Yeah, I know I went into this whole story time ordeal, but like I think that's it's a part of the industry that the public doesn't really get to hear about, because at the end of the day, well, at the end of the day, the consumer wants the product they pay for. I paid X amount of money. I expect product to be functional and do all these, do what it says it's going to do, etc. So understandably so, so at the end of the day, that's always true, right? But I think just knowing what I know about the development, and even just talking to them, like even actually speaking with these people in person, at BlizzCon, or when I was at Blizzard's headquarters in July, like being able to actually speak to them in person is just like, they it'd be really cool if you guys can see them more and like how passionate they really are about this game and what they want to do. Like they love this, they really love this thing. You just don't really get to see that side. Like it was great, even just kind of talking to Levi or Levy. I still call him Levi, but everyone else could call him Levy. But it's like, yeah, it's and just chatting with him for hours about just stuff on the game. The love for the product is there. It's just, yeah. Magic Beast said, I completely agree with you. The developers had a tough time. Oh, they did. They they absolutely did. I need Rake and Woolly Valley to be good. What up, Thomas? We need a 2-week pre-release. I said 3 weeks is too long. The good news is that there are quite a few good games out right now that can kind of hold you over for the time. Like there's been some banger releases this year. You know, definitely some banger releases last year. So like there's definitely some good things, some good titles you can play to kind of hold you over in the meantime. I'm actually kind of looking forward to it because I mean I do spend a lot of time on Diablo 4 related stuff, whether that is streaming or build guide making, prepping for the expansion, all that stuff. I do look forward to like playing a new game this week as well. To kind of like, I don't say reset, but like, you know, do something, just do something a little different. Because of course when the expansion comes out is soon, is back to, you know, Omega blasting for a bit.
What's your like go-to downtime game?
Honestly, I don't really have one, but in terms of categories are concerned, like I've been a really big fan of roguelikes in the recent. So like Hades 2, Returnal, those kind of things. I actually didn't even know how much I liked roguelikes until I played Hades, and like my chat has been begging me to play Hades for like years, and I was just like, oh yeah, I'll get to it at some point. And then I think I tried it in like January, I think of this year, February this year, and I was like, why have I not played this before? But it's interesting because like roguelikes honestly fits the way I like to play in general. Like, you know, just pretty unforgiving, really hard, you know, like pretty glass cannon. You know, you have to dodge everything. Like it legit just like fits everything I like about gameplay. So like roguelikes have been kind of my thing, but I do want to play Black Myth. I heard that was pretty good. And then my chat was also saying Space Marine is good. I'm totally not really that good at like third person shooters. So, but I think Black Myth might actually be fun. So my feelings said, oh, is that Boiler? Yep, the one and only. Tell him it's easier to run an Andes for poison proc, silly duder. Okay.
I mean, it isn't, right? Or it's the same. It's a 15% lucky hit instead of a 20.
I don't even know what he's referring to. So
But I do.
uh
I guess it's slightly better at doing that. Rip all your shapeshifting buffs, though. Now I see the advantages of an Andariel's version of this, but
what,
see
landslide
disadvantages
or
to it. Yeah. Not to do damage, just to proc poison, because that's a big thing for us.
He said, hey, I gotta mess with the build guy makers, just having a laugh. If that hurt. Oh, I am level 80 by the way, so if you got some hand-me-downs, you don't mind handing down.
For which build?
We'll do landslide. I'll do landslide.
Okay.
I'll start with that. What you said?
You won't offend me either way. I'm just telling you, if it sounds like you're a short timer on the Druid, so I
I
want
mean,
you to get your bang for your buck here and enjoy your time. Come back later. See us.
fair enough. Okay.
Our best build next season is kind of dumb though. It's gonna be real weird.
What'd you say?
Our best build for next season seemingly is gonna be really silly.
Oh, the shout druid.
Yeah, it's pretty jank.
Oh man, that is. I remember when you first showed like a video that like 2 or 3 seasons ago of like someone actually clearing. I don't know. I don't know if it's like a was it AOZ season that season, or I don't remember what it was, but it was something you showed it, and like legit dude was just like yelling his lungs out, or the Drew was just yelling and stuff was just dying. We're just like, what is this?
It's really weird, man. But it's strong, so we're gonna do it.
Earth and sky glyph. Okay. Just flesh render finally meta. And Shred still B tier.
That's generous.
Thomas loves Shred. Yeah, he likes Shred. I like the concept of Shred. I never actually got a chance to play it. Am I going pure landslide or storm slide? I have no idea. I don't even know what really the difference is.
Well,
I guess
what kind
one
of
one.
content do you want to be doing?
I mean, it's gonna be Inferno Hordes. I don't really like Pit that much.
Then you probably want Storm Slide. The AoE is better.
You got hand me down gear for both,
Oh,
or is it mostly the same? Or
I guess it's pretty similar. Got a lot of junk is what I got.
I mean,
I know.
pretty
Big-
sure
I'm
anything
looking.
you
I'm
got.
looking.
I'm pretty sure anything you got is better than what I don't have. Just legit everything. Bad. If I can just get Fat Lady Sings Druid. Is that what unique does Landslide use again? Static Vigorous Earthbreaker and then the shoes.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of spare uniques, and unfortunately, this build runs how many? 6?
Jeez. I do have Boss Mass though, so like,
Well, that's
what
good. You're gonna need to run all of the bosses,
oh man, really? Okay. So
except for Grigwar, because I'm gonna give you a good thing from Grigwar.
that might be what I end up doing. A good chunk of Shimaro in.
Yeah, actually, it's funny because we run 2 mythics and 4 base uniques, and all 4 of the base uniques come from the different underbosses. Not Duriel or Andy, but the other 4. You could probably just ask chat too. I'm sure they've got spare for Vasilis and Unsung and Wildheart. Because apparently I gave all those away. Alright. Here's a couple whatever daggers. Okay pants. Okay-ish amulets. But these two things, this totem and this ring, those are good. They are many billions.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah. That totem. Okay.
Very, very expensive on the totem and the ring.
I'll put that in a very special place.
Don't brick the totem. I know you have a lot of say in that. Whatever you do, don't brick that.
Alright, we're gonna just put that there. Dagger. This. Chat's like, wow, nice totem. WTF.
But yeah, the uniques are kind of a big deal. There's a lot of damage scaling you can get, especially from the gloves. That ring though is also very important, but you've got GAs on two of the best stats, and the unique effect matters, and it's max. It's like a, I don't know, I think I got offers for like 60 bill on that one.
Jeez. Alright, well I will
It's actually
I'll
better
take
than
good
the
care
one I
of it.
got on, but I was just flipping it, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I'm keeping it a buck. I was just flipping it. The totem too, but it's fine. League's over now. I got money to do it again if I want. Do you trade like ever in this game?
Nah. Sometimes chat will like, hand me things and I'll try to say no and then they refuse. They refuse my no, so I'm like, okay, fine, I'll take. But most of the time, I don't ever really leave the game to do any trading. It's more so of like, um, I know how long like these seasons are, and then it's like the best way for me to extend the season is to like try to
Not
put
get
like,
handed stuff? Yeah.
well, that, yeah, and like find everything I need and be done in like a week roughly. Because then I know I got like 3 more months of the season left, and it's like, okay, well, as someone who is streaming quite often and trying to stream consistently, I need to have something to chase still. Now, so that's kind of mostly what it is. Like, it taking longer to get my upgrades kind of keeps the season a little more interesting for longer.
For sure. How's the rogue looking? Being mostly solo self-found. Is it juiced out yet?
The Heartseeker rogue is really strong right now. Missing some GAs on some items, but in terms of like stats and unique power stuff like that, like they're pretty much maxed out. Took a while though. Took a bit to get there though. But yeah, but I also played a hell of a lot of Heartseeker this season. My rapid fire rogue, definitely not near where my Heartseeker rogue is, but yeah, I did find some really good stuff though, like that actually drop like my amulet stuff. Yeah, and that's been like drops, and people are just like, oh my god, that's a GA decks with like Urge of Finesse and Weapon Mastery and whatnot, and like like that actually dropped. So it's like, it's a cool feeling when that like drops on the ground. It's like, dang. But yeah, Yeah, like I would say if the game definitely like ever had a solo self found mode, I'd obviously be all over that.
Yeah, for sure.
Just because that's just the way I prefer to play.
You should look at the Mythic variant and start leveling those glyphs, because Werewolf, I'll let you know, is not one of them.
Did I put points into the werewolf glyph?
I think you got it max now. But yeah, no, it's going to be a pretty different set of glyphs between
That's right. That's
Wind
right.
Shear and Landslide.
Okay, so I need Earth and Sky, Territorial, Outmatched, Human, Undaunted.
Look at the Mythic one.
Okay,
We're gearing you toward Mythic.
got it.
You got Ethereals and a Starless, right?
Yep. Okay, so yeah, there. Okay, so Dominate. I just picked up Dominate in that last Nightmare Dungeon. So Earth and Sky, Spirit, and Fulminate.
You can also run Keeper where Dominate is, and that would be okay. I think I'm doing that myself. They're kind of similar, but yeah, I should probably change that.
What does
Actually,
Keeper do?
the bonus is 10% additional non-physical damage. So it only applies to your Lightning Storm, but your Lightning Storm is the bulk of your damage. And then it's a rare enhancing glyph.
Oh, so the Lightning Storm version is so Lightning Storm version is Lightning Storm actually dealing the damage, whereas Pure Landslide is Landslide actually doing the damage.
Right.
I see.
And like they're both good builds. They're like within, I don't know, 2 to 4 tiers of each other in terms of hit pushing. I think Lightning Storm Landslide this season is up to 154. And because it's probably the stronger version now, I haven't seen a ton out of Pure Landslide, but last season, before buffs and changes, Pure Landslide had the edge by a couple tiers. They're still both good builds. And I think it'll actually swing back the other way next season, but you didn't hear that from me.
Yeah, I think I actually might lean more towards Pure Landslide then, just because you like as you were saying, most people haven't really seen much Pure Landslide, so I figured.
Well, you want to do Hordes, right? So you know how there's like a giant field of lightning around me most of the time?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't happen on Pure Landslide.
Right.
And that's
But I can't hit
like
multiple
all the
things
AoE.
with
You
Landslide,
can.
right?
It's more of a. Do you know Poison Creeper?
Yes.
It's that big. That's the area you deal damage in. A little bit wider.
Okay. That's not too bad. I guess I'm used to figuring out how to get some AoE and Heartseeker, which is mostly single target. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I would say Pure Landslide is better at single target too. Although they are both, flattening 4-player tormented bosses, no problem.
You say you probably have a Vasilis.
And those are the 3 uniques you would need for the Lightning Storm version anyway.
Okay, so let's finish. Finish Earth and Sky. Baritone. He's like, what, Druid? Yes, it's a Druid. I know, right? Have I played the character yet? No. No. The most I've ever done on Druid was beta. Up to 25, level 25. Is that missing on the leveling? That's true. However, due to time constraints, I'm okay with being power leveled this time around. Usually, I do kind of like to do the leveling process. I think for those who remember when I did Sork last season and the season before those, I've always leveled Sork myself. But yeah. Yeah, and it's mostly like, honestly, it's really mostly like the Maxroll duties, to be honest with you. Like, I don't have to say mostly, but like, there's really not a lot of, there's really not a lot of downtime, I'll put it that way. The game has downtime, sure, but preparation, there's a lot of preparation for things going forward. My chat still can't believe it, man. It's like, Daddy Six is just like, what the hell is this? That is the largest rogue I've ever seen. Did I misclick at the
chunky rogue?
Did you misclick at the character selection screen? Oh man. Rogue was bulking. Yeah, he kind of splurged this weekend.
Pass on a request from the man of the house. He wants all the banners taken down.
Yeah, what'd you get?
Oh, that hurt. I ain't gonna lie, Druid actually has better ragdoll animations when they die.
No.
I swear.
I hope that's not what you're judging.
Like just the different positions that the Druid ends up being is just seems a little bit more comical than my rogue. I don't know. I guess with Druid, like you look at Druid and Druid's doesn't appear to be flexible. So when the ragdoll animations happen, it's just like, oh man, is that even possible? Whereas on Rogue, it's like, you know,
real limber.
It's like, but on Rogue, it's just, you know, it's like you those angles and positions just kind of like, yeah, that death animation or that ragdoll effect looks very natural for Rogue. Speaking of which, I think this might have to be my last Nightmare Dungeon here.
Okay, no problem.
Wife is giving me the look, so.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I did tell her that these would be shorter streams all the way up into the expansion, so. Let's see, let's level this glyph. Pizza says needs a rolling pin instead of a toe. What? Druid takes up 2 characters in the selection screen. I think you meant to click Rogue, but click on Druid and said, fuck it. Druid stream today. Oh, man.
All right, man. Well, I'll let you do your sign off. I'll probably be around for your next one too. Let me know if you got any questions or need some more help.
Yep, I'm definitely gonna have more questions for sure. And the chat seems to like you too. So yeah, I mean, you can, come back by. My chat still is in disbelief that I actually made a Druid. It's like, do I play Rogue that much, chat? Do I really play Rogue that much? Like, no way, right? No.
I was sure you were pulling my leg.
Nah.
All right, man. Thanks for having me. You have a good rest of your night.
Thanks for the help, man. But all right, chat. We're gonna There we go. There's my little screen there. All right. But yeah. So settling on landslide, but I'm gonna do pure landslide just to kind of show something, I guess, a little different. Considering how I'm pretty sure lightning landslide is considerably more popular. So I guess give you guys something different to look at. Again, the Drew offerings got my stuff. Not yet, but actually no, I did. I got 466. So I believe that's what I need, like 400, right? But yeah, I'm not done though. Like I'm not done with Druid obviously after today. But yeah, so here's what we're gonna do. You really didn't play Druid. This day is not counted. Wow, feature. This is a introduction to Druid basically today. So I guess what I would do is this, since Peach is technically not wrong. So I guess this is what I would do. So tomorrow gonna continue leveling and getting uniques for the builds, so torment bossing, etc. After that though, I think on Tuesday, this is what today, Sunday night. Yeah, so on Tuesday, what I'm gonna do is starting Tuesday, I'm gonna start doing half and half. Meaning I'll play like a couple of hours of D4, so we'll continue to do Druid for the rest of the week. But on Tuesday through Friday or Saturday, we will also play a different game the second half of the stream. So we like maybe 2 hours of Druid, starting Tuesday, as we continue to gear them and things. And then we'll play like maybe 2 or 3 hours of whatever other game that I decide to play. So I'm leaning towards Black Myth. Space Marine 2 is also on the table. A couple other things as well. Haven't decided. I think there's like another roguelike I think I might want to check out too as well. So might be that too as well. But just know that for a good chunk of the rest of the week, starting midweek, we will pivot to a different game on the back half of the stream. So for those who are here for the D4, just know that it's still happening. It'll just be on the earlier parts of the stream instead of the whole stream. And that's just do I play horror games? I don't think I really played any. No, not really. I mean, the most. No, nah. I think the last horror game I played was like Among Us. I wouldn't consider that like a horror game, but it's like the closest thing to to one that I've played. But if you have any suggestions, by the way, like you can totally join my Discord, kind of send me some suggestions and be like, hey, have you tried this? This is a pretty cool game. I don't really know what's all out there and all that's good, but Black Myth look cool, so I think that's kind of what I'm leaning mostly towards. But I can be swayed to play something else. So all right, we will go to. I need to get a because I'm getting that look again. All right, let's go to crits. I don't know who that is, but we're gonna go to crits. He seems kind of newer to the streaming platform. So just a regular guy who enjoys entertaining. Hope to see you. That was his message, by the way. So, but we'll go there. Uh, it's Diz. What's going on? Have you ever heard of a game called Slurmancer? It's like a Diablo-like game with Pokemon elements to the game. Very, very fun. Free access. Full releasing in the months. Slurmancer. Okay. With Pokemon elements. Trying to imagine the crossover. Is it on Steam? I'm assuming Steam because it's early access, right? I'll take a look. I'll look it up. Pixel art. I'm all about the gameplay. Gameplay trumps all for me. Not say I don't like anything that looks good or visually impressive games or whatever like that, but like I don't care how good your game looks if the gameplay is ass. I just don't enjoy the gameplay in general. Which is actually why I like well, actually it's not really the same thing. All right, enjoy crits. I'll see y'all tomorrow night, and as always, till next time. Also, tell your friends. I actually did make a Druid today. They're probably not gonna believe you until you show them clips that happened. So there's that. See y'all tonight.